Good morning and welcome, everyone. I'm calling the 440th Council meeting to order. Welcome to all. We are glad to have you here today. Just a quick reminder, Council members, please have your audio on during the meeting and mute yourself if you are not speaking. And to all, we are live streaming this meeting through the RCDSO's YouTube channel so that members of the public, profession, and other stakeholders can watch our proceedings. As usual, our meeting today will include an education session that will help contextualize your discussions. And finally, just a quick reminder to please use your Zoom hands for voting, questions, and comments. By doing so, your image is shot up to the top corner of my screen, and it makes it easier for me to maintain a speakers list and work through that speakers list for people who have questions and comments. And at this point in time, I would like to do our land acknowledgement. The RCDSO is on the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat peoples. These traditional lands are known to some as Toronto. Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples from across Turtle Island. This land is also part of the Dish with One Spoon territory, a treaty between allied nations to peaceably share and care for this land. We accept our responsibility to each other and this land we live and work on in a spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. We are committed to actively supporting the necessary work towards truth, reconciliation, and equity. We embrace the role we play in regulating dentists, in protecting the public interest, and in strengthening our partnerships with Indigenous communities to advance access to safe and equitable oral health care. Thank you. And at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to our Registrar and CEO, Dan Faulkner, to do the council roll call.
Thank you, Hanno. Council members, I'll do the roll call in alphabetical order, so just be prepared with your mute button, please. Starting with Nalan Bhargava.
Present.
David Bishop has sent regrets. Amelia Chan.
Here.
Ram Chopra.
Present.
Jamie Colliver.
Here, present.
Christina Cordero has sent regrets. Peter Delane.
Here.
Nancy DeSanto.
Present.
Mark Eckler.
Present.
Ellie Fisher.
Present.
Noha Goma.
Present.
Daniel Haas.
Here.
Vivian Hu.
Present.
Nazar Ladak.
Present.
Anthony Licio.
Present.
Anthony Mayer.
Present.
Harinder Sandhu.
Present.
Brian Smith.
Present.
Osama Solomon has sent regrets. Robin Somerville.
Present.
Rod Stapleforth.
Present.
Mark Trudell.
Present.
Aaron Walker.
Present.
Judy Welikovich.
Present.
And Deborah Wilson.
Present.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Hanno. Back to you.
Thanks, Dan. And at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Harinder Sandhu to provide the president's remarks. Harinder.
Thank you, Hanno, and good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by acknowledging the reappointment of valuable public member of Council, Mr. Rod Stapleforth. Please welcome him with applause.
Thank you, Harinder.
Before we begin, I will draw your attention, Council, to our ongoing improvement meeting process. Please note the documents at the front of the material package that speak to this. They include a note on engaging council members, staff-council relationships, the strategic plan, and the RCDSO lexicon. These are reminders about the complementary and collaborative role that council and staff fulfill to advance the college interest together. In addition, you will have seen that next year we will meet more often. We have 2 full-day in-person meetings and 4 half-day virtual meetings. This will help ensure we have good discussions. Council, though there is always much work underway at the college, I want to particularly thank people today who have worked in three transformational areas. The first is the emergency class of registration. The second is the PLP divestment work. And the third is our new governance committee. We will be hearing more about the emergency class later today from our deputy registrar. But I want to thank both staff and the working groups. They are dedicated to ensuring that the class is efficient for providers and safe for patients. We were under great timeline pressures, and together we have prepared our profession to respond to emergencies. The second area is PLP. I'm very encouraged at the progress we have made on PLP. The material you have in your package today represents considerable research. As we consider this matter, we must keep in mind several key principles. We must support the college's duty to act in public interest. We will consider the best interests of PLP staff. As always, we will be financially prudent, and we will consider what is important to the dental profession. I've been at many events this fall speaking to dentists across the province, including ODA Council in November. There's concern about change for the profession. There's an appreciation that the college is changing PLP responsibly. They know that we are taking the time needed and that we will give lots of notice to the profession. One of the first questions we always get asked is if the program is still accepting claims. Dentists should continue to contact PLP directly as usual for assistance with claims or potential claims. It is business as usual, and we have been communicating this regularly to the profession. As you have seen in your package, the college launched a consultation with the profession on this matter in November. We heard from over 1,600 dentists. This was a great response. We asked dentists what the profession values about the current program. They told us that maintaining a fair and reasonable cost and ensuring adequacy of coverage was very important. We will continue to communicate with the members of the profession as well as all the stakeholders. Finally, I would like to note the work that has been done by our new governance committee. Formally established only at our last council, the new committee has been making great progress. Under the leadership of Anne Coughlin, the committee has worked on operational policy and the election process. You'll hear more today later, but I wanted to underline for the council how critical it is that we have a strong governance committee. As I always do, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge all those who helped to prepare us for the council meetings. Thank you so much. We could not do our work without you. Dan, the senior leadership, and the entire staff of the college, thank you for your work you do every day to protect the public interest. As always, my fellow council members, thank you for your governance work, for your guidance, and for your good advice. We had an excellent meeting in September with deep conversation and wise advice. I know we will continue in this vein. Finally, I would like to note the members of the public who are joining us through YouTube. We appreciate your interest and hope that you find value in these discussions. So thank you for being here, and we welcome your feedback. With that, Hannah, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Harinder. We'll now move to the declaration of conflicts of interest. Conflicts of interest are important to declare because of our public interest mandate and as a standard reflected in the Ministry of Health College Performance Measurement Framework. Since the September council meeting, Aaron Walker has added a couple of professional association memberships, and Mark Eckler has noted his position as a CDSPI advisory panel member. The updated summary report has been posted to our website under the council package. And I will now take a moment to ask if members of council feel that they have a conflict to declare for any of the items to be discussed today. Thank you. Seeing none, we're now going to turn to the next item on the agenda and the first motion, which has to do with the consent agenda. A consent agenda is a time-saving mechanism. There are a number of items that are for council's information, acceptance, and ratification, and we will approve all of that in one motion. And again, if you have a question of clarification, we can entertain that now, but anything that would result in a deeper discussion, we would pull that item from the consent agenda and address it at a later time during the meeting. I would remind you that the threshold to remove an item from the consent agenda is quite high, and I would ask you to consider that before we do so. The consent agenda items are in your meeting materials, starting from pages 16 to 185. Are there any questions regarding any of the items in the consent agenda? Thank you. Seeing none, I would ask that the motion number 1 be put on the screen, please. Oh, I just saw a question. Anthony Lisho.
No question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So if we could have motion number 1, thank you, on the screen. That the following items be approved and or received for information by council: approval of the agenda, approval of RCDSO council meeting minutes, September 21st, 2023, Registrar and CEO report, council evaluation survey results, September 21st, 2023, 2024 work plan for council, ICRC per diem policy, council policy report, best practices for orthodontic surgery, and public member reappointment. If I could have a mover for that motion, please. Moved by Vivian, seconded by Mark Eckler. And I would ask that all those in favor raise your virtual hand so that Angie and I can scan the screens and do a count. So all those in favor of that motion, please raise your virtual hand. Okay, I'm seeing, Angie, I'm seeing 17 in favor. Is that what you're seeing?
No, I see 21 in favor.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I think then, in that case, I think if you would lower your hand, please. Lower your virtual hands. And I would then ask any opposed, any abstentions, and that motion is carried. Thank you. And at this point in time, we'll move to the Registrar and CEO's remarks. Included in the consent agenda is a written report from Dan. The report can be found at pages 143 to 146. Dan,
Thank you, Hanno. Yeah.
turn it over to you.
Thank you, Hanno. And just for the record, I did see 22 virtual hands raised. So for the last motion on the consent agenda.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Hanno. Thank you, Council, and good morning. I want to just let you know that I'll do something a little bit different today. I want to yield most of my time to Hillary Bauer from our registration area. We've been presenting to you over the past year. One of our regulatory programs has provided an update and sort of a general sense of the work of that area, and Hillary is going to present to you today. We have a very packed agenda, and I wanted to make sure that we weren't adding another piece, so I want to yield most of my time for that presentation. But a few things that I do want to point out. We are living in some very interesting times generally, but also some very interesting times specifically to the system of dentistry and oral health care and the regulation of oral health care. It seems that change is all around us and quite constant. And you're seeing that on the agenda today. There's a lot of issues that are not just challenging, but interesting and engaging. And I hope that you will see how they affect us and how we can influence them both directly and indirectly. As we sit here today, we're all waiting in anticipation of more details of the Canadian Dental Care Program that is designed to improve access to oral health care for millions of Canadians. And we also face some fairly significant labor supply issues across multiple professions in the province and the Ontario government is committed to increasing licensure of internationally trained healthcare practitioners. And that affects us in many ways, not the least of which is we are in regular communication with the Office of the Fairness Commissioner in Ontario. And just this past week, the National Dental Regulatory Authorities Federation, CDRAF, met with 5 of the provincial fairness commissioners in a virtual conference call and talked about dental regulation and the National Dental Examining Board and some of the challenges that we face and some of the challenges that the fairness commissioners would like us to address. So that is ongoing dialogue that we're having. There's also great interest in the system of dental certification, examination, and licensure for internationally trained dentists by many of the partners in the system. So we've had ongoing dialogue with the Ministry of Health about this as well. So again, a challenge that we all face, and it's certainly more, it's broader than dentistry, but it does have a great impact on dentistry as well. Another fairly significant situation that we're all facing are the numerous global conflicts. And while they have a very personal impact on many of us, we also see that, unfortunately, the number of reports of healthcare practitioners that are related to unprofessional social media behavior continues to increase. And we're witness to some very significant and egregious examples of this kind of hatred and racism and discrimination and unprofessional conduct through social media. We're a neutral investigative party for this kind of unprofessional behavior. And while we have not seen a great deal of this in dentistry, and we're very fortunate for that, the college obviously has a job and a role to play, and we will respond accordingly to any reports that come to our attention, using the regulatory tools that we have, that may be investigation or discipline if warranted. Turning now to the governance side, council and committee members are aware that there will be training that's available in a couple of key areas. First, the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, the AODA or AODA, as it's often referred to. That requires customer service training for all individuals that are associated with an employer. And we have 100% of our staff now trained, both the existing staff and new staff coming in with onboarding. And now we are turning our attention to council and committee members and other individuals who are aligned with the college. So that's going to be something that you'll hear more about in the new year. It's web-based modules, and it will probably take about an hour of your time for the AODA training. You also heard at the last meeting about cybersecurity risks that we all face. We've taken multiple actions, both on the technology side and on the human side. And one of the things that council heard about earlier this week is that we are in the process of issuing email addresses, RCDSO.org email addresses for all council and committee members, and also laptops that are encrypted and managed through the college's information technology area. So you're going to have training on the email address deployment. That's going to come up. And all of these training opportunities are mandatory. So we know that all of you are very interested in ensuring that the college responds accordingly with respect to legislation like AODA, and that you're all very attuned to the cybersecurity risks that we face. So your participation, I'm not in any way expecting that there will be anything less than 100% of the council members and committee members who will participate in this. But we'll keep it short as well and very pertinent to the issue at hand. And I'm told that the training that relates to email addresses will be about 30 minutes. So looking forward to deploying all of that and your participation in the new year. Finally, I want to just talk very briefly about the corporate dashboard report. And there's a number of really positive outcomes, and I'll leave that to you to look at if you haven't had a chance to look at it already. But it covers all of our regulatory functions, plus a number of the support aspects of the college as well, with positive outcomes continuing to occur within all of those areas. But I want to convey a couple of success stories, because it's always nice to have more anecdotal information sometimes with specific examples. And these are from as recently as yesterday. So first, we are continuing as a college to try to do as much live call answering as possible. And yesterday was the first day of our live call answer in our practice advisory service. We have certainly experience in other areas of the college through our triage individual, Karen Hendricks, also through registration and our intake in the complaints area. And our practice advisory service is available to any member of the profession or the public or patients who have questions about our standards. And so yesterday we deployed our first live call answer for a few hours during the day. And the mission obviously is to do more and more of that. We want to make sure that the service that we offer is available to the profession or the public or others in a very timely way. And trying to do this through voicemails and chasing people down with callbacks is not always satisfactory and not always something that we're able to deliver in the time that we want to be able to deliver it. So very good news that we continue to deploy live call answers across the college. And we will certainly be measuring that for the service experience that's being delivered. But as I go out and Harinder has gone out and we start to hear from more dentists at the meetings that we attend, they certainly are expressing more satisfaction with the kind of responsiveness that the college is delivering of late. The second success story that I want to share with you is our e-portfolio. So you've heard about the way in which we've developed the portal to allow dentists to very easily see their status with their CE requirements and their cycle of CE requirements. They're also able to very quickly enter their information about their CE activities. And recently in mid-November, we sent out in an automated fashion to over 1,700 dentists a letter that was generated just to remind them that they needed to meet their cycle requirements by the December 14th deadline. And we've received a lot of response from the profession to thank us for that. We have not to date sent out reminders. We usually wait till the end of the cycle. And this is just another step forward in terms of using the data and the automation that we have, and also creating the conditions for dentists to be successful. In this case, in the QA obligations, but we want to ensure that where we can, we are creating those conditions for success and not having individuals have to experience other aspects of our regulatory functions. So some real great stories from my perspective that I wanted to share with you. And I'll stop there. And before we turn to questions, what I want to do is we have, I think, some very sufficient time now to turn it over to Hilary Bauer. And Hilary is going to talk to you a little bit more about our registration area, just some of the day-to-day work that happens and some of the challenges and opportunities that we face. And then we'll take some Q&A at the end. Hilary?
Thanks, Dan, and good morning, everyone. Angela's going to share a presentation for me. Thank you. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Hilary Bauer, and I am the manager of the registration department. Next slide, please, Angela. So there's an agenda up on the slide here, and what I want to do is take you through some of the work that we do, speak a bit about our committee, a key stakeholder, and I'd like to also take you through our operational dashboard. I know at the last council meeting, there were a few questions around how we were able to successfully reduce our timelines for processing applications. So I'd like to spend a bit of time explaining that and how we were able to achieve that. Next slide, please. So before I get started, I want to take a moment to introduce the members of my team. I've included their names up on the slide here. I'm very fortunate to have a team of 7 amazing staff, and I'm really grateful for all of the work that they do, and wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge them. There is one name missing here, Janet Scott. She's away on maternity leave, but a lot of the success that I'm going to speak about today is also thanks to her. So I wanted to make sure she was also included. So the main role of the registration department is really to issue certificates of registration to qualified dentists who meet registration requirements. And the requirements for registration are outlined in a specific regulation, in the General Regulation to the Dentistry Act. And by registering qualified dentists who have the required knowledge, skill, and judgment to practice dentistry, the department really fulfills the college's mandate to serve and protect the public interest. In doing this, I think we also fulfill an additional but related duty that's also articulated in the legislation, which is to ensure that the people of Ontario have access to an adequate number of qualified, skilled, and competent dentists. Next slide, please. So looking more specifically at the day-to-day work of the department, the team performs a number of core functions that I've outlined here on the screen. So, first, we process applications for registration. This is really the bread and butter of what we do, but this is not the only thing that we do. We have a team dedicated to issuing certificates of authorization for health profession corporations. We run 2 renewal periods, both for the membership, which is open now to over 11,200 dentists. And we also run a separate renewal period for the health profession corporations, or what we call HPCs for short. And we're up to almost 9,000 HPCs. So that's a separate renewal process that runs through the summer. We process requests for certificates of professional standing from existing and former registrants. And these are documents that are shared between regulators that outline a dentist's registration history, but also conduct history, and any other issue really that we feel may be relevant for another regulatory body to be aware of. The team supports the registration committee, which I'll speak about in more detail in a moment. And lastly, we engage in stakeholder collaboration, some of which Dan spoke to already in his comments this morning, with a number of key stakeholders, other regulators. We're frequently in communication with them, the Office of the Fairness Commissioner, and the National Dental Examining Board, to name a few key ones. Next slide, please. So the registration department is a core regulatory program. And in carrying out this work, we collaborate with all areas of the college. We can't really perform our functions in a vacuum, and cross-department collaboration has been a key focus for us over the past few years, particularly since we've moved remotely. One example of where this collaboration is particularly important is right now during our annual renewal period. In the development of our annual renewal questionnaire, we work with other departments to update the content to make sure that we're collecting information, to support our programs, and also in our administration of the renewal itself. So we couldn't carry this out without the support of many of the other departments at the college, our communications team, our IT team, our finance team, our practice advisory team, our ops team. It's really an all hands on deck time of year. And this is just one example of how we collaborate across departments. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the registration department supports a statutory committee, the registration committee. And our current committee is chaired by Osama Solomon. Also on the committee, we have 2 dentist members of council, Anthony Mayer and Robin Somerville, 2 public members, Ellie Fisher and Christina Cordiero, and we also have a non-council committee member this cycle, Melissa Shia. The role of the committee is to review and approve applications for registration, but the committee can also set registration policies and, where appropriate, advise council on issues related to registration. The committee considers applications that have been referred to it by the registrar or through delegated authority, the deputy registrar, where they have doubts as to whether or not application requirements have been met. So those are the requirements that I mentioned earlier that are outlined in the registration regulation. And in coming to its decisions, the committee applies a risk-based lens in assessing each application to ensure that they are registering dentists that are safe and competent. some of the common issues that the committee typically considers, where a dentist has been out of practice for 3 or more years in a recognized jurisdiction, issues of conduct history, so either with our college or with another regulator, health concerns, for example, substance use disorders, and also issues of language proficiency. Next slide, please. So as Dan mentioned, in the area of registration, we have an additional reporting relationship to the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. We call the OFC for short. The OFC is an arm's length agency of the government, and its role is to really evaluate regulator performance. And that's both health professions and non-health professions. And the way that this is done is through a risk-informed compliance framework. The OFC updated its risk-informed compliance framework in 2021 and introduced a new approach to how it was assessing regulator performance. And then also just very recently, they've updated it again. So in 2024, there's an updated risk-informed compliance framework that will be in effect. And our role is really to ensure that we're providing registration practices that are transparent, objective, impartial, and fair. And the way we demonstrate this to the OFC is through an annual reporting system. So we fill out an annual report every year. And we also have touch points with the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. Dan is in touch with the Fairness Commissioner regularly, and also more informally, through email communication or other additional letters or information that they ask us to provide. The OFC then assesses our performance through a series of risk factors and assigns each college a risk rating. And these risk ratings are in place for a period of 2 years. And the next cycle is beginning again next year. Council has received updates when we have received a risk rating in the past, and will continue to do so in the future and next year when we receive our updated rating. Next slide, please. So council will recall that earlier this year, a new registration regulation came into force. Regulation was introduced in 2022 and then has been in effect since January. And the regulation introduced a number of changes, really with the goal of reducing barriers to registration of health professional. I won't go through all of them again, but I want to point out a couple of key changes that relate to some of the comments I'll be making later. So in particular, timelines. So this regulation introduced timelines for registration, which we did not previously have. So since January, we've been subject to processing timelines of 15 days after receipt of an application, and as well as decision timelines of 30 days. So after we have a complete application for registration, there are 30 days for the registrar to decide to register or refer the applicant. Council will also be familiar with the requirement to create an emergency class of registration, as Harinder and Dan have both mentioned, and you'll be hearing a bit more about that later today. But these have been very important and changes for us, and I want to focus a bit more on the timelines. Next slide, please, Angela. So our compliance with the timelines this year have been reported on in the operational dashboard reports. And this first slide is showing the 15-day processing timeline. So the dotted line is the 15 days, and the blue line demonstrates our processing time. So you'll see that in January of 2023, there was a drastic reduction from the processing times the previous year. And I'll explain a bit more about that in a moment. Next slide, please, Angela. So the second timeline that you see in your operational dashboard reports is the decision timeline, and the dotted line is marking the 30-day decision, and the blue line is marking what our timeline is. So you'll see again that we've been well below the 30-day timeline since the introduction of the timelines, but also prior to it. Next slide, please. So how did we get here? How were we able to go from 12-week processing times at the end of 2022 to only a 2-week processing timeline in a couple of months? So first, the hard work of staff. I would be remiss if I didn't attribute a lot of the hard work initially and continually to my team. The team processed an enormous number of applications at year end last year in order to process our backlog to set us up for success in 2023. We actually received a 300% increase in applications over the second half of 2022. So this was quite the task to be able to process all of these before the timelines were introduced. Next, we conducted a detailed process review and made some substantive changes to our process. We removed a number of application and documentation requirements where we felt that collecting that information or those documents wasn't necessary or was perhaps duplicative of information we already had. We did an update an IT update to our application form, partnering with IT and KPMG, and we carried out substantive changes to our online application system. Some of the things we did were to update the questions themselves. So we wanted to make sure that they were clear, that applicants understood what was being asked of them. And this wasn't just better for applicants, but also it reduced the number of inquiries we were getting about what we were asking for. We also updated our workflow. So we were asking more questions on the front end before an applicant submits their application, which streamlined how we were able to collect that information. We developed an automatically generated checklist specific to each applicant. So the way that an applicant answers the questions on our application form generates a document checklist, and it includes all of the details about what the applicant is required to upload before they even submit their application. So the result is that applicants are now submitting a much more detailed, better informed set of information, and we're getting a lot of the documents that we were previously receiving in a back and forth email communication with applicants before they even submit their application. So really this has allowed us to streamline the way that we're processing the applications. And I think it's also allowed us to create a more user-friendly application process at the same time. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just note quickly that our success in being able to deliver on these timelines has been achieved in the context of our membership numbers growing and our application numbers going up. This is just a snapshot of our applications from 2019 to 2023. On the left are applications for registration for membership, and on the right are HPC. I've included 2023. Obviously, we're not at the end of the year yet, but these were the numbers as of the end of November. Next slide, please. If you could click one more time. Thank you. I wanted to highlight, excuse me, that some of the key achievements and program initiatives over the course of the past 3 years. So in 2021, we moved our membership application online. Previous to that, we had been using a manual process really through email, and we were forced to do that, of course, when the pandemic hit. We did a complete overhaul of our annual renewal questionnaire. We updated the content and included a number of additional questions to be able to enrich the type of information we were receiving from the membership at renewal time. And we also embarked on a continuous quality improvement project for both the HPC and membership side. So some of the changes I was just speaking about, we did in 2022, but we had actually conducted an initial review of our process in 2021. So this was actually a 2-stage approach over the past few years. In 2022, as I've mentioned, the new registration regulation was introduced, including the timelines. We had to also make updates to our language proficiency policy. So we worked to do that at the end of 2022, and then updated policy was approved by our registration committee at that time. As I mentioned, we continued with our continuous quality improvement initiative. The new risk-informed compliance framework was introduced by the Fairness Commissioner. And we also moved a couple of additional processes online. So we moved our certificate of standing request process online, as well as our anniversary application process. And what we mean by that is the application process for the shorter certificates of registration, so not our full membership certificates. And in 2023, what Dan coined at the beginning of the year as the year of registration, I think he was not wrong. We have been very busy this year. As you all know, we've had the emergency class introduced that we've had to develop this year. As I've said already, our timelines have been in effect. And tied to this, we've done some work to really consider, with the support of our data scientist, Eric Dessat, how to really effectively collect that data and be able to report on it. So how we had to update our system in order to be able to collect all of the data points that we can report to you on our on the operational dashboard reports. This year, we also had our HPC process go online. We successfully negotiated an MOU with the NDEB, and the Fairness Commissioner engaged in consultations with us to update the risk-informed compliance framework again. So that will be in effect next year. Next slide, please. So looking ahead to 2024 and beyond, these are a few of the things we will be focusing on next year. And into the future. We have our emergency class in place, but the implementation work is still underway. You'll be hearing a bit more about that later. We're working to develop a risk framework across departments, and some departments updating their existing tools. So we're working together with PCRA, FIP, and Quality to have a risk framework in place, both for staff, but also for committee use. With a couple of my colleagues, we are working on annual renewal modernization. So we'd like to update the platform we use for our annual renewal to ensure that it can better respond to the types of questions that we want to ask, and we can more effectively update the questionnaire each year. We'll be conducting a review and analysis of our reduced fee categories. And this is work actually that had already begun, but we had to put on hold, awaiting the outcome of the PLP task force and council's decision around PLP, just because our fee structure is so tied to PLP at the moment. And the last thing I'll mention is we'll be working with comms on a new registrant onboarding package and module. So that's it. From me. I don't know if there's a couple of minutes to take any questions that everyone might have. And if there's no time, I'm of course happy to answer any questions offline.
Thank you so much, Hillary. I mean, we do have a few moments. If people have questions either for Hillary or for Dan and his report. Rod, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Hillary, I may have missed this, but do you survey your registrants on a regular basis to see what improvements they might suggest or comments on how you're doing?
That's a great question, and I didn't speak about this, so thank you for raising it. We do survey both registrants as well as applicants. So for the past few years, we have included on our annual renewal questionnaire a number of service experience questions to ask the membership, how we're doing, how we're communicating with them. And we also include a link to a service experience survey when we send out a confirmation of registration. So applicants can also provide us with that type of information through a questionnaire that we regularly review and consider comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
There we go. Yeah, Hillary, thanks for the report. I was wondering if I was a dentist who wanted to set up a CT scanner in my office, or if I wanted to set up a sedation type clinic, do I deal with your department, or would I be dealing with multiple departments within the college?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Peter, for the question. So the sedation, we have our FIP department deals with those separately. It used to, several years ago, the registration department had sedation and FIP included in it, but now that functions as a separate department under the management of Danielle Rodet. So it's a separate application process with a different department.
Thank you.
Okay. Hillary, thank you again for your informative presentation. I see no other hands up, so we're very appreciative of the fact that you would come and walk us through this. I think it's very informative and very interesting. So thank you for your attendance. Next item on the agenda is a continuation of our discussion in September in regard to the Professional Liability Program. The report of the PLP Expert Task Force and Finance, Audit and Risk, the FAR Committee's analysis, were presented to Council for deliberation. Council did want to particularly note that it is satisfied that the program operates effectively and efficiently today. That message was conveyed in communications to the profession and in the Council minutes and materials. As you will recall, after considerable discussion, Council determined that it does not support the college continuing to directly operate the Professional Liability Program as it is currently structured. Council also directed staff to explore the option of divesting from direct ownership and operation of PLP. It is that exploration that staff is bringing back to you today. They have done considerable work to deepen our understanding of the paths ahead of us. Staff have also, as Council suggested, consulted with the profession by means of a survey, as well as a number of outreach meetings. You will hear more about this from the presenters. The material for this item are on pages 186 to 209 of your package, and this is an item for decision. I will be keeping a speakers list throughout. Margot Orchard will be co-presenting with Dan, and they will give you further context. And at this point in time, Dan, I'm going to hand it over to you, please.
Thank you, Hanno. So we will provide you, Margot Orchard and I, and I'll introduce Margot in a moment, we'll provide you with lots of time for questions and discussion. But the material that you received is a product of a lot of work over the last 2.5 months since our last council meeting. And there's a lot in there. So we want to just be able to walk you through in a high level what you have in front of you and what the next steps might be. So I wonder if we could have the slide deck. And we'll go into the first slide, please. Thank you. So as I've alluded to, the presentation will look at some of the background. Just to remind you, I know that sometimes when you're between meetings, you have many other things going on in your professional and personal lives. So we just want to give you some brief background reminders of where we've come from. The progress report that you have, the analysis of the options will be presented, as I said, in a high-level way. The survey of the profession will be threaded through some of the options just to give you a sense of what the profession has to say about the direction and some of the recommended next steps for your consideration. And we have proposed motions, but obviously you will deliberate on this content. Next slide. So the quick reminder then, and Hanno and Harinder both alluded to this as well, that on September 21st, you had considerable time to look at a number of inputs, including the expert task force that prepared a report and provided an assessment of the benefits of PLP in its current state, the risks that may be inherent in the regulator operating a malpractice insurance program. And you approved 2 motions. The first was that Council does not support the college continuing to directly operate the PLP as it is currently structured. You were certainly concerned that the risks might outweigh the benefits, and there are many benefits. And I think your comfort level in the next motion that Council directs staff to explore the option of completely divesting from direct ownership and operation of the PLP, your comfort level was somewhat increased by knowing that there was a recognition and acknowledgement of the benefits. And any steps that we might take, including divestment, should seek to achieve and continue those benefits that both the profession and the patients have experienced in the 50 years of running PLP. So that's something that we certainly took to heart and included that in the analysis and the option generation. Next slide. So very briefly, what's happened in that span between September and now is we had an internal staff working group that was really charged with moving this forward based on council's motion to explore the divestment options. Margot Orchard is the project manager. She has been retained by the college to really help support first the expert task force and now the work that's in front of us. We also had representatives from a number of areas on the working group that could really bring a broad perspective to this. So our director of HR, our director of communications, our CFO, and we also included the two leaders, Alan LaChapelle and Peter Hong from PLP, and myself. And we were meeting on a few occasions to really try to work through the different options and the analysis. There was also the identification, as I said, of those options, which we'll speak to in a moment. But more importantly, and we heard this from one of the council members in September, that there should be a real attempt to look at some of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of each option. And so that you could compare them and really look at them almost side by side to see how they weight against each other. Because obviously there's going to be something in every one of those different categories for every one of the options. And it's figuring out what the right trade-off is. And this was supported by a scan of other jurisdictions. And then we looked at guiding principles to support decision-making, your decision-making. We looked at what would be some of the contractual assumptions or program expectations if we were to proceed with a procurement process and looking at a third party that could really take on the benefits and also the operation of the program. And as both Harinder and Hanno referred to, we wanted to hear from those who have experience with the program, the staff and the profession. And the profession was provided with a survey a few weeks ago, and really pleased to say that we had a terrific response rate that's often unheard of in terms of 11,000 members. We heard from over 1,600. And that's about 15%. And they gave us, according to the survey design, they really shared their perspective of what's important to the profession for any direction with PLP. And you'll see that weaved throughout the next section of this presentation. And finally, staff were involved in a number of different ways. I know I met with the full staff a couple of times between council in September and now. Alan and Peter were able to have multiple meetings with staff and really try to understand how to articulate or best articulate the value of the program that would feed into the work in front of you today. So there was really a lot of attention paid to staff and acknowledging not just the hard work obviously, but also the success of the program over the years and what it has built. And how, whatever the decision is, we want to ensure that staff are our priority and that we're going to do as a college, as an employer, whatever we need to do to take great care of the staff who have committed so much to the program. Next slide. So I'm going to turn it over now to Margot, and she's going to walk you through in the next 15 or so minutes the options. And all of this is in your materials, so you can follow along with the materials. It's labeled by option and the analysis. So over to you, Margot.
Great, thanks, Dan. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to provide you with a bit of an overview of the analysis that went into the briefing note. And there was a lot of information to digest in there. So I'm hoping that this presentation provides you with a bit of a primer to help you with your decision making. Next slide, please. The methods we used to conduct the analysis in the briefing note included, first, as Dan mentioned, identifying the various options of divestiture that are available, then conducting an analysis of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats associated with each option, and finally, gathering and reviewing input from members. Next slide, please. So I'll start with a quick overview of the member pulse survey. We thought it was necessary to gather a very quick temperature check from members and decided that the best way to do this, under pretty short timelines, was to conduct a quick pulse survey. The survey was only open for 2 weeks, but as Dan mentioned, we got a lot of responses. More than 1,600 dentists responded to the survey. That's about a 15% response rate. And I think it really shows how important this topic is to a lot of members. Next slide. We included some demographic questions in the survey as well to help give us a sense of whether the results are being skewed by a particular group of dentists. The graphs shown here display the breakdown of responses by class of registration on the left and number of years of practice on the right. And the breakdown we see is pretty representative of the full population. There's always going to be some uncertainty, especially as you'll see there's 10% of respondents that chose to leave these questions blank. But overall, we're able to confidently say that the survey results are likely to be representative of Ontario's dentists, at least in terms of class of registration and years of practice. Now, I'm not going to go through the full results of the survey. They're all included in the briefing note, but I will be integrating some of the results into the discussion as we go through the options analysis. And before we do that, I just want to acknowledge RCDSO for all of his work on the analysis of the survey results under very quick timelines. So, next slide, please. As I mentioned, one of the first steps of exploring how to completely divest from direct ownership and operation of the PLP included identifying what options are available. And in the briefing note, we identify 4 main options. And these are listed here. And I'll go through each one in detail. But before doing that, I just want to walk through the options at a high level. They can be grouped into 2 categories shown on the right side of the slide. So the college can either leave dentists to obtain protection in the free market, or it can continue to endorse a group-based program. So the first 2 options we look at assume the college will open protection to the free market. And if the college decides to do this, then you'll have to decide what to do with the existing $21 million in liabilities. And these are the claims that are currently open and have an unknown amount attached to them, but are estimated to be worth around $21 million. So these could either be sold, and that's the immediate exit option, or they could be kept in-house and managed by a subset of the existing PLP staff and paid out through your reserves. And that's the gradual exit option. And I'll talk more about these in a minute. So the next 2 options are relevant if the college decides it wants to continue to endorse a group-based model. And if the college decides to do this, again, it has to decide what to do with the existing liabilities. Option 3 is the turnkey option, with the goal to essentially transfer the entire program, including liabilities and staff, to a third party. And the 4th option is what we're calling the hybrid option. And this would be required if the third party isn't interested in taking on the liabilities. So I'll go through each of these one at a time, but first wanted to bring a few considerations to mind. Next slide, please. When we're talking about the divestiture of PLP, there are various components that need to be considered. Of course, we need to think about the program staff and encouraging as smooth a transition as possible, regardless of the option selected. We also need to consider the operating principles that PLP currently abides by. These are things like offering equal access to coverage regardless of specialty, the way claims are handled from a patient-focused perspective, offering lifetime tail coverage, things like that. And the task force acknowledged that these principles offer really important public protection benefits. And so careful thought is needed before a decision is made to abandon them. Another key consideration is the existing liabilities, and that's how the college chooses to deal with the liabilities. It's a really critical financial decision, and it's tied together with the PLP reserve fund. So when looking at the different options, it will be important to consider how the liabilities and reserve fund are impacted by each one. And then finally, the piece that I think has been missing from the conversation until this point is acknowledging the value associated with the legacy of the current program. The college has had 50 years of being the sole provider of liability protection in the province for its 10,000 dentists, or maybe it's more like 11,000. This means that the skill set for managing dental claims is all held within the PLP. And the PLP can be seen as a business that has value and can be sold. So if the college considers the option to endorse a group model, this could hold some currency and maybe help offset the liabilities. So as we go through the options, we'll consider the impact they each have on these considerations. Next slide, please. So the first option we'll talk about is what we're calling the immediate exit, as it's probably the quickest way to ensure a full divestiture. This option involves dropping the group-based protection model and requiring dentists to obtain their protection in the free market. To make this happen, the college would have to give dentists enough notice to give them time to obtain their own liability protection. And the college in this situation would have to find an insurance company willing to take on the 21 million in existing liabilities. Advice we've received indicates that because of the uncertain risk, this could cost around $38 million, which far exceeds the college's reserves and would have a negative financial impact on the college. The strength associated with this option is the relative speed at which you could achieve divestiture. But there are a lot of weaknesses. In addition to the cost, this option involves missing out on any opportunities associated with the potential value of the program. It's disruptive to staff as well as Ontario dentists, and could potentially pose a risk to the public if there are gaps in liability protection as a result of the free market model. Of course, there's opportunity for the college to prevent this from happening by revising its bylaws and setting minimum requirements for liability protection. But at the end of the day, the biggest threat associated with this option is the financial burden on the college. Selling the liabilities would be costly, and the college would be forced to follow certain conditions of the sale that might put it in a vulnerable position. Next slide, please. So option 1 isn't really ideal. So let's consider option 2, the gradual exit option. This scenario is similar to the previous one in that it would require dentists to obtain their coverage from the free market. But in this case, instead of selling off the liabilities, the college would keep them in-house and have a subset of the existing PLP staff to remain and manage the claims internally. The college reserves would be used to pay off these claims until eventually, after around 5 years, most of the claims would be completed. But I should note here that there's uncertainty with this 5-year estimate. Because of rules around limitation periods, additional claims for care provided in the past could arise, and these could last beyond the lifetime of the wind-up. So it's possible that claims could come through after the PLP program has closed, and there would need to be some kind of a plan for how to address these. This uncertainty aside, there are some strengths associated with this option. It allows divestiture to happen quickly and would allow some staff to stay on for a limited time. But there are also many weaknesses associated with this approach, many of the same ones as the previous option. And it also would be expected that attrition could be an issue, resulting in staffing issues for managing the claims. The biggest threat here, again, is financial uncertainty. Retaining the liabilities means that the college is holding on to the financial risk that the task force identified as problematic. Neither of these options are ideal based on the SWOT analysis, but it's also important to consider what the survey respondents had to say about the free market option. So we'll go to the next slide. Now, at the end of the survey, there was an opportunity to provide comments and feedback, and many respondents took this opportunity, and there was a lot of feedback provided with a summary in your briefing note. But many respondents indicated that they were worried about moving to the free market and displayed concerns with this approach. I'm not going to read these quotes out, but they're there if you'd like to take a look. I should say that some people did mention that having a choice of provider was important to them. And so we do need to consider whether it's fair to continue to endorse a single source group model approach. And again, looking at the survey responses is helpful to inform us on how to move forward. Next slide. When asked what was important to them, it seems that having choice of provider is overall less important than some of the other concepts. This graph shows the percent of respondents selecting very important to various elements. And looking at the graph, you can see that maintaining fair cost, ensuring adequacy of coverage, and ease of obtaining coverage are all very important to the dentist who responded. And should note that none of these are available necessarily in the free market model. The benefit of the free market model is that dentists have choice in provider. And in their report, the task force identified the PLP group model's monopoly as a potential concern and flagged that there could be pressure in the future to allow for choice of provider. But you'll see here, only 25% of dentists who responded identified choice of provider as very important. And we'll look at this more carefully in the next slide. This graph shows the full breakdown of responses to the question about importance of choice. Although 25% identified choice in provider as very important, another 18% felt it was not important at all. So it seems that most of the respondents value choice a lot less than things like cost and coverage. Next slide, please. What a lot of the respondents felt important was maintaining the key elements of the program. Here are just a few sample quotes from the survey that highlight this. And it's important context as we explore the next two options, which look at ways to maintain the key elements of the program through divestiture. Next slide, please. So we'll move back now to option 3, which is what we call the turnkey option, because it essentially involves the goal of transferring the full program, including staff and liabilities, to a third party. Now, I want to make it clear up front that because the transfer would include the existing $21 million in PLP liabilities, the college would also likely have to transfer all or a portion of the reserve fund to go along with this. The difference between this scenario and option 1 is that the third party is taking on the business itself, which, as we've discussed, we think has value. So more advice and analysis is needed to really figure out what this value looks like, how this transaction should be conducted. But I think it's fair to assume that transferring the program itself provides a great deal of value to offset the cost of the liabilities. This option allows the college to maintain continuity on open files. It leverages the legacy and value of the current program, but there are risks associated with the option, especially the potential that a third party isn't identified. But through a procurement process, there is the opportunity to be transparent and establish competition among potential third parties. And this can put the college in a good position to set out its own program expectations. Now, for this option to work, the college has to be comfortable with the idea of continuing the single source group model. And it's also important to note that the college won't have any authority over this third party, so it will lose control over pricing and adherence to the program expectations. But I think that there are ways to work around this through strong contractual requirements in the negotiating process. Next slide, please. The final option is similar to the turnkey option, but needs to be considered if there is a situation where a third party is willing to take on the program, but not willing to take on the existing liabilities. If this were the case, the college would need to address the existing liabilities separately, as in options 1 or 2. We're calling this the hybrid option because it carries the same opportunities as the turnkey option, but leaves the college with the same financial and staffing risks associated with options 1 or 2. So for these options, for these reasons, the option isn't really ideal, but it needs to be considered regardless. Next slide. If it is decided that a group model should be continued, this survey gives us important input as to what members find important in deciding which attributes of the group model should be maintained. This graph shows the percent of respondents who selected each attribute as very important. Interestingly, the things most important to most dentists who responded are knowing claims are handled by expert and knowledgeable staff and the soft services that they provide. And this really leans towards the turnkey model, which involves maintaining the expertise of PLP staff and transferring them to a third party. The Pulse survey provides an important view of what's important, at least to the dentists who responded. It seems that many dentists feel very positively about the program and would want many of the elements that are associated with it to be maintained. And before I pass it back to Dan, I just want to summarize what these key elements could be if it is decided that the turnkey option is the best way forward. Next slide, please. These key elements are the parts of PLP that would ideally be maintained through a turnkey divestiture. These include the operating principles that focus on equal access to coverage for all members of the college, integrating the current staff into the new program, continuing to offer supportive services to dentists beyond the claims process, and offering risk management initiatives such as continuing education. There's also opportunity to build on and improve the data analytic capacity, looking at trends and safety issues across the profession. And finally, and maybe most importantly to many dentists, would be the negotiations around establishing a fair and reasonable cost of liability protection. So now that I've provided some background on the options analysis and the potential approach for operationalizing the input from members, I'll pass it back to Dan to continue the discussion.
Thanks, Margot. Next slide, please. Just before we go into the last couple of slides, I just want to say that a lot of progress has been made. I specifically said at Council in September that we would come back to you with a progress report, and I hope you agree that there's been a lot of work that's been generated to really explore this, as Harinder said, very responsibly, and that our survey really, I think, honed in on those particular elements that the profession believes are the important parts that need to be retained. But there still remains some fairly significant polarization within the profession where a lot of dentists believe we shouldn't be involved in this and a lot of dentists believe that we should. And so we really wanted to understand from the different parts of that community, what was it that's important in addition to the risk-benefit analysis. So if I could have the next slide, please. Our recommendation as staff, and we'll turn it over to council in a moment, is that there is a real, I think, focus on the turnkey option, which was option 3. It seems to be the ideal solution for council to achieve its objectives in assessing the risks and the benefits for this non-core program of the college, and also would allow us to have control over what's retained and what this new program could look like. And arguably, there might even be a case that someone, a third party, may even develop an enhanced program based on the benefits that we already know are there and anything else that they might bring to that table. So it is recommended that we proceed with a procurement process to identify potential third parties. And I can tell you that there have been a few third parties that have approached me in the last few months. I have been very careful, and I have not talked a lot about this work other than what we are talking about in a public setting, because I know that if we head to a procurement RFP process in the new year, I want to make sure that we've taken that care as an organization so that the process, the next steps, if that's what we're doing, will be as fair, transparent, and objective as possible. Next slide. Margot talked about some of the expectations and guiding principles and some of the things that we've thought about. And obviously, we haven't completely turned our minds to all of the issues that would have to be a part of any negotiation. But some of the assumptions might be that while we wouldn't any longer own or operate the program, we may continue on a short-term basis if that's part of the discussion to collect annual fees. Again, we may not want to commit to that in perpetuity, but it might be a way to continue the stability that we really believe is important in any kind of transition. The program would not any longer occupy the physical space at the RCDSO offices, but obviously we are in a hybrid model and we have very few in the building as it stands anyways. So that's not necessarily as big of an issue. But on a short-term basis, and another way to maintain that stability during a transition would possibly consider the college's endorsement of a third party as a single source provider. Maybe that is something that goes on for a long period of time. Maybe it's short term, but again, it is a consideration that I think that we would have to look at. We may have to transfer all or a portion of the PLP reserves, and Margot spoke to this in terms of the liabilities that exist and the assumptions that have been made to turn that into a number. All of that would still have to be looked at in terms of more precise calculations for those numbers. And the timing of the transfer, ideally it would happen within an RCDSO annual renewal cycle, but that could also take place at any other time depending on what the discussions look like. But really, and I'll show you a slide in a moment, we're looking at something that would be no earlier than January 2026. And the next slide will show you some timelines that, again, these are really using the information that we have, recognizing that there's still a number of unknowns, and some of this might even be aggressive. But just to give sort of a sense of where we might be in terms of timelines, if you agree to go down this road, we would have a review group formed in the winter of 2024. There needs to be more discussion through the executive committee about what that should look like, a competency-based group of council members that would be able to not only finalize the RFP, which would take place in the spring, but also to evaluate proposals that came back. So the March to October timeline might not even be enough if we're talking about a fairly significant program decision that another organization might be making. So we have to put a little bit more thought to that. But we're not really looking at any kind of decisions about a third party until late next year, early the year after, when negotiations would start about what that transition would look like, and also then a number of board decisions that need to be made for both organizations, bylaw changes, and so on. So at the earliest, the fall annual renewal cycle of 2025, with the transition in early 26, but it may even be pushed out longer, given that we will discuss this after we know what your direction is. Next slide. So quickly, there are two proposed motions. These are proposals based on our assessment of the options. Obviously, I'll turn it over to you to have that discussion, but the first would be that you direct staff to proceed with the option of exploring the transfer of PLP to a third party with the goal of allowing the program to continue to operate under separate ownership, and that is option 3, as it's stated, and that council direct staff to begin a procurement process guided by the proposed assumptions and key elements outlined under the guidance of an RFP review group as established by the executive committee. So that's the last slide, I believe. We'll put those motions back on if you're of that interest. But I will turn it back to you now, Hanno, to facilitate the discussion and questions from council.
Thank you very much, Dan, and thank you very much, Margot. Council members, I will be keeping a speakers list, and just to ensure that as many people can speak who are interested, I will be sort of putting first-time speakers at the top of the list. I already saw one question in the chat, and that was, and I'm going to put it out there either to Dan or to Margot, how are the $21 million in liabilities calculated?
I'm going to ask Jeff or Kelly
Okay.
from our finance area to weigh in on that.
Thank you.
Sure, maybe I can start and Kelly can fill any gaps. So that's calculated by the actuaries. So we engage PricewaterhouseCoopers at each year end to calculate the liabilities based on a number. I think they use at least 4, it might be 8 different actuarial models to run our history through it. They run the reserves we've set for any open claims over the past 10 years. And they do an assessment of incurred but not recorded. So those are claims that we think may be coming. Based on our history, there's always claims that happen after the fact. And it's an assessment of reserves, which may increase in the future as we get more and more information. So it's based on, all the liabilities we have, all the open cases we have, over the past, any open cases. In some cases can be 10 years old.
Thank you. First on my speakers list, Jamie.
Yeah. Thanks, Margot and Dan. Very informative. And my question is regarding reserves, and that is the ideal person, the ideal third party. I think you have to be very careful about that choice because they have to have, I would assume, experience in managing liabilities, investing liabilities, understand the risk of those investments. So, does the ideal third party, and I guess this goes to you, Dan, seeing you've had some preliminary conversations, what do you perceive as being the ideal third party with all the skill sets that we know they will have to acquire? And then what is the benefit? Where does that third party actually profit from a relationship with the RCDSO? Sorry about all the questions. And I guess my only concern is the qualifications of validity, the interest in our business of a third party. Thank you.
So Jamie, I think the first question, I don't want to preempt too much of the discussion that still needs to happen about the ideal skill set. But I think that my response will probably cover all of your questions in that an organization, an independent organization, will have its own reasons for wanting to pursue this as a possible opportunity. It may be their mandate, it may be their strategic direction, it may be a number of other things. And how they want to be able to work with the RCDSO will be dependent on what value that offering adds to their organization. So I can't tell you exactly what that looks like because it will be different for everyone. But what we've tried to put before you today is what we've heard from multiple stakeholders as the things that we should try to maintain. And we have the ultimate control in that this is what we are expecting to be in your proposal if we are going to select you to partner with us for this transition. And all those things still need to be outlined in a much more fulsome fashion. But I think that your point about the whether an organization has the expertise or the experience in liabilities and risks is another important feature that needs to be a part of that. So, I don't think I've answered your questions in order, but I hope I've sort of expressed some of the things that we are looking at if we were to go down this road that will address the things that you've raised today.
Thanks, Dan. Anthony Lisho.
Thank you, Hanno. I want to commend, first of all, Margot on your presentation. I think the staff that prepared this should be commended in terms of the fact of its preciseness and looking forward to the future. I'm encouraged by the fact that we had such a nice response from the members, and I also am encouraged that related to the preciseness and to the depth of what we've just heard, that the future will hold exactly the same. I think that the program is very, very strong from a business standpoint, and I don't think there'll be much difficulty in finding the right entity to take it over. And knowing what's happened, I think the RCDSO will be as diligent, if not more diligent, that will fulfill what the membership has voiced that they want, and at the same time make it a benefit from a business financial standpoint view. So I think we're in a positive situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Nalan?
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, well, thank you, Margot. That clearly lays out things. I just have a concern about option 3, the turnkey option. And that is, insurance companies behave like insurance companies. So if we were to offload this off to a separate entity, a company, and, for a few years, things run well and everything is smooth. But insurance companies, they have a habit of merging in and being acquired by others. And then let's say our little company gets acquired by someone else. And then there's reinsurance companies that acquire it. And then one day we find out that the people insuring our dentists is someplace offshore that doesn't exist, that doesn't have a base in North America. It could happen. So I think that's a concern. And the other thing is, I think what the dentists, our members, are telling us is they just want someone to lead them, tell us where we should get insured, make sure they're properly regulated, and we will go about our business of being dentists, but you help us getting insurance. I think that's what the registrar, our dentists are telling us. So is it possible to have a turnkey operation with an asterisk, meaning a term turnkey operation, where we set out how the policy would work, but for a term, for 5 years, for 10 years, or whatever. And if we find out the insurance company is now in Europe, or if they're not following the mandate that they were given to look after our members, then we award this turnkey operation to someone else. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Nalan. Anthony Mayer?
Oh, thank you, Hannah. I think Dan wanted to reply to
Oh,
Nalan.
sorry.
No, I'll come back with a couple of comments and I'll address Nalan's, but go ahead, Anthony.
Okay, thank you. My question is primarily for Jeff. I appreciate his explanation about the 21 million in liabilities, but I'm actually seeking a more, I guess, plain spoken answer, which is this 21 million essentially a reflection of a worst case scenario given the open files, or is it a realistic estimate based on historical data in terms of what the PLP is going to have to pay out for the open files? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. It's not a worst case, it's not a best case. It's their best estimate of what the liabilities will be based on our open cases and the cases that haven't been reported yet. Great, thank you.
And Dan, I'm going to give you the opportunity now. I'm sorry for not seeing you. Do you want to respond to Alan, or do you want me to wait until I've gone through the speakers list and then turn it over to you for comments?
Well, I'll do a quick response.
Okay.
So now, and I think to your point, one of the conversations that hasn't happened yet, just because we're not far enough along, is when we're seeking organizations that may want to submit a proposal, would that be restricted to not-for-profit? Would that have any others involved in it? So not-for-profit organizations are not necessarily involved in mergers and acquisitions. So some of your points may not play out because of the type of organization that can bid or put in a proposal and the type of organization that might be selected. With respect to the term, it's an interesting idea, and I suppose that would come down to, would that be a deterrent to an organization to submit, or would it be an attractive feature? So again, it's on the list now in terms of something that we could look at if we were going down that road.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan. Mark Trudell?
Thanks, Hanno. I'd like to echo Anthony's comments, and I think I probably share the same views by members of council. A very thoughtful, systematic approach, very thorough approach. So I certainly like to commend the team in terms of identifying diligently reasonable options and analyzing beyond that, duly analyzing and assessing the pros and cons of each. So well done through my lens anyways, very thoughtful approach. I'd like to offer a couple of suggestions aimed at responding to some concerns and expressions of caution, both through submittals to date as well as what Jamie referenced earlier in the conversation. We might want to reflect on the steps forward
it's been recommended to go to an RF. First, a selection of option 3 is one of the motions, the turnkey. And concurrent with that is to go right to an RFP. My thinking is that we might want to reflect on the value of issuing an expression of interest at this stage. An expression of interest that would either reflect a preferred choice, which was that recommended by staff and the team, which, as I understand, is the turnkey approach, or arguably you can issue an expression of interest to the market. And there are vehicles that you can make use of that I know staff is aware of, such as the MERCs, in terms of a public solicitation process, public tendering process. And you do all of this in advance of going to the RFP, and the objective of which is you're going to solicit not only expressions of interest, but what might come from that are creative thoughts and suggestions and approaches that might complement one or each of the 4 approaches that we've advocated, or our preferred approach. Might tweak it somewhat. It deals with Nalan's comment, option 4 with an asterisk. And it's a non-binding approach. That is to say, you're going to the market with a view of soliciting 1, expressions of interest. Who are the players? Who's interested in stepping forward and offering the service? And 2, they have an opportunity through that EOI to offer alternative suggestions or tweaks, shall we say, to our proposed approach. You can follow that EOI with an RFQ. You can narrow that down, a request for qualifications, which further narrows down all in advance of the RFP. And that way, when you do ultimately, should you choose to go to the RFP, you're going to be much more well-equipped and build on the book of knowledge, the great book of knowledge you've already built. So my suggestion is really not so much focused on which are the preferred options, but rather opportunities to further enhance the book of knowledge and address some of the thoughtful concerns that have been put forth to date, and to do that through the vehicle of an expression of interest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mark. Vivian, you're next.
Thank you, Hanno. I appreciate all the comments and all the models presented by Margot as well, and Dan for your help. I was just wondering, have we ever considered other healthcare professions, what kind of companies they use, or have we ever looked into what kind of models they use?
So if I could, if I answer briefly, Vivian, we're familiar with some of the models that are used. I can't say that we've done an extensive search. I think the model is that we're the only regulator that actually runs this program of malpractice for the profession. So the model is not one that is used. This model is not one that's used by the other 25 regulators in the province. So all of them would have various ways to ensure that their members do have adequate professional liability coverage. And it will depend on the profession. It may be something that's uniquely set up for the profession. As a not-for-profit, it may be just going to the free market. So there's a huge variability in terms of how that works. So I can't give you a more precise answer, but I think that there are some models that we would look at that may make sense just in terms of helping us to plan out some of the next steps. To Mark's points, that we've got a meeting lined up next week to seek some legal advice on these directions with respect to RFQs or RFPs.
Okay, so thanks. So basically some of those companies maybe the other professions use that we might be looking at, or if
they might be. I mean, to Mark's point about creativity, there may be an organization out there that we're not even thinking about that would be interested because they currently cover multiple professions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Hanno. I just wanted to make a comment. I know we're a little worried about the cost to divest, and I think the cost to divest is going to boil down to how accurate our insurance actuaries have been over the years. And if, certainly a third party in doing their due diligence would send in their actuaries to check the numbers and adjust accordingly. But I think if our actuaries have been good and honest and true over the years, I think the cost will be far less than what we would estimate. The other comment that I had to Navin, I was going to say virtually all insurance companies are offshore. And to that, I'm going to add CDSPI to that list. Thank you.
Thanks. Rod?
Thanks, Hanno. I'd like to echo previous comments. Margot, great job. Succinctly put together, given us some clear decision points, and echoed a lot of the input that we've been giving over the last 6 to 12 months. So thank you. I also echo Mark's recommendation on going the EOI route. Having done this before, I agree that it will significantly increase the book of knowledge, but it also will help narrow the field of the people we're dealing with. And it's more work, yes, but I think it will be productive to do so. Just some comments and then a question. First of all, that survey of 1,600 members, or 16%, having done surveys in the past, I would say, and Margot, maybe you would validate, but statistically, this is probably very representative of the entire membership. I'm not sure, you haven't given me our values to approach that, but I would say we can take this as being a strong comment and invoice from 10,000 members, not just 1,600. Is that appropriate to say that, Margot?
As long as those responding to the survey aren't a certain group, I think that's the piece that we need to take with a grain of salt. But I agree, the numbers, and I don't think Eric's here to comment on the power, but I'm sure he would say the same thing. This gives us way more numbers than we would need to know we've got power in our results.
So effectively, we have, with some qualifications, 10,000 members telling us they stringently want to maintain the fairness of costs, excellence of coverage, and ease of enrollment of this program. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So as we go forward, choosing the turnkey solution, I agree that's an appropriate point. You did say in it, one of our goals of this is maintaining the value, and we haven't defined value, but I would maybe that's one thing we need to do going forward. But I would assume that value is based on cost, coverage, and ease of enrollment, and also how these adhere to public protection as well. So we need to be succinct on that as we go forward. But you did make the comment that although we maintain continuity by going with option 3, turnkey, there is some problem with authority of whatever we end up signing, maintaining that value. I think I heard you say that as well. You also said that we can do that through strong contractual relations. So, the concern maybe and the mandate going forward is to as we go through this process, I think we got to be up and front and center with whoever is interested in this and the value that we want to maintain and the types of conditions that will come with this. That may be contentious to any third party, but I think if we want to ensure our interests are met, I think we should be transparent on that. The other related question on that is we've talked a lot about financial risk mitigation, and I obviously agree on that one. That's core. But in past, and Dan as well, we've talked about the regulatory and reputational risk that we incur perceptually under the existing program. It would appear to me to maintain value through strong contractual relations, we might have to still assume some ongoing reputational regulatory risk if we are to maintain some influence over that contract. And we've been debating this over the last few months, but my question is the willingness to do so, given, you know, the strong voice of the membership. That's my question, Dan. Nothing more.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fair question. I think it's a good question, Rod, in terms of will that contractual or other relationship with a third party where we're attempting to maintain something, you know, how we define value, which I think has been defined by all of the surveys and input that we've had from stakeholders. Will that also have a risk attached to it? I guess where we might want to consider that is we have a more sophisticated way to look at risk now. And I think that's played out in terms of how we've looked at and defined risk for PLP and the information that you've had over the last few months. And we would also want to look at anything, including this particular relationship and transition, with a risk lens. So I thank you for flagging that, because I think it's a really important element of moving forward. In addition to maintaining the value, is there any associated or potential risks in maintaining some kind of relationship, whatever that might look like, with a third party?
Just for the council's benefit, you know, I've been part of the group, and Dan and I have been talking back and forth on reputation and regulatory risk, and vis-a-vis Vivian, your question on other third parties out there, we should keep in mind what other organizations, specifically health-based organizations, are doing in Canada, and what reputational regulatory risk they assume and are permitted to get, I'm not saying get away with, but to use, and you know, for a variety of reasons. So Dan points out there's a potpourri of solutions out there, but no one, or at least key programs, are totally devoid of that, and there is acceptance of that to a certain degree. So I think my position has been, to get the value we need to assume that, and in you know, given what other organizations are doing as well. We can debate that going forward, but that's sort of, I think we need to keep that in mind.
Thank you. I have 3 people on my speakers list before I'm going to ask council to entertain the motions. Deborah, you're next. Deborah, you're muted.
Thank you. A thought that came to my mind while listening to all the discussions is, can we do an analysis of what the other provinces are doing in managing their dental liability programs? So that, and then we can do a SWOT analysis of those, so that we know, and in working models that exist at the moment, which one is most efficient to help the public interest as well as the dentist. So we know exactly what we could be stepping into ideally and making the right choice going forward.
Dan?
So I think some of that information, or a lot of that information, was available previously. We're quite aware of the Quebec and Alberta models on malpractice coverage for dentists in those provinces. Many of the other provinces are part of the free market. Now, the free market's limited, much more limited in dentistry, and it's, you know, CDSPI is a big player in that. But I think, you know, maybe we can have those considerations as part of what's been raised about other professions, rather than looking at a full analysis. I do think we have a lot of that information that's been provided in some of the previous materials as well.
Thank you. Judy?
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to thank Margot in particular for a really, really effective presentation. You know what, I'm hearing a lot of sort of trepidation, and I think that comes from the fact that there's so much that's unknown at this point. I mean, and we could all speculate endlessly, but I don't think that's going to get us very far. Where I'm sitting is, at the last council meeting, I think it was a unanimous vote to consider divestment. So with that in mind, there's always going to be some well, there's going to be a lot of risk that we won't be able to maintain control over what comes next. I mean, we might want to influence it, and maybe to some extent there will be some contractual controls for a limited period of time, but it's not gonna be endless, and there is always going to be risk in that way. But and I know I've mentioned this before, but the Law Society of Ontario offloaded its insurance plan to LawPro, and I have to say the rates are far better than they were when the Law Society was administering it. And the Law Society would just increase, well, it doesn't really matter. When they had bad years, they would just increase the premium ridiculously. And so I just think that, if we're committed to divesting ourselves of PLP, and we've decided as a group that this is a good decision, then we also have to be able to bear some of the uncertainties that will come with doing that. And I mean, that's why I noticed, that in the materials, it talks about transferring to a third party who would operate as is. Well, you transfer to third party, you're effectively selling your business, and there's no one. I don't know for how long we could contractually obligate them to run it as is, but it's not going to be forever. It's not going to be for that long a period of time. So those are just my thoughts, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what comes next from this on this front, because I think that we're headed in a really good direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. And I have Brian, Jamie, and Aaron on my list. And at that point in time, I'm going to cut it off to go to the motion. So Brian, you're next.
Thank you, Hannah. And my thanks as well to Margot, Dan, and everyone involved in bringing forward their reports, and just some excellent discussion from everybody here that shows the importance of this decision, but also the need to be super vigilant as we move forward. I really support and like Mark's suggestion of an expression of interest as a prelude, I guess, or an entree to further this our thinking and the knowledge that we have of it, and hopefully make some good decisions going forward on that. So I just wanted to again thank everybody for their work on this, and say that I certainly support the expression of interest process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yes, very briefly, I think Rod's discussion about risk mitigation is so very important. Mark, I've already sent a note out to everybody. I think your suggestion of expression of interest is very important. What I did pick up from Dan in the most recent PLP committee when he attended, and also Margot's note about the option. And let's not forget that the college needs to find a third party, but not all third parties may be interested if they can't price out risk. I've had a little bit of experience in risk transfer. And if risk is the key feature here, someone taking on these liabilities has to price that out. Has to price that out both to protect the asset here, which is the college, and also be able to pay and understand the liability structure. So I'm interested in seeing some of the questions and the progress going forward on really identifying who the possible third parties might be. And I guess that's a topic for the next council meeting. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you. And Aaron, your last person on my list.
Thank you. I think something that will tie together a lot of the comments that we've already heard will be a fulsome stakeholder analysis. And we certainly have a lot of information already regarding what's important to the dentists and the survey respondents, which is a I think that's been tremendously helpful in framing the direction that we're taking. But to get more information on, and then to really nail down and define the interests of the college, the public, the staff, the other third parties who may be interested in this, I think will really be helpful in shaping who takes over and what we're looking for. And these are things that can happen during the RFP process. And also, I think with Mark's suggestion of getting the expressions of interest. And I think that process will really help to get us closer to the end goal of what we've all been discussing for the last few months and what we agree is the direction that we want to take. So I think although there are a lot of unknowns right now, this is information that will come together as we get farther along in the process and more questions come up and more information comes to light.
Thanks, Erin. And Dan, before I have the motions put on the screen, any comments you would like to make?
So I'm going to make a suggestion about the motion, but I'll certainly look to Harinder, the president, as well on this. We had proposed two motions, and I'm wondering if we can really boil it down to the second motion that was proposed with some revisions. But I hate doing editing motions on the fly because I know things get missed. But I wonder if we could put the second motion on the screen. And I'll just quickly state what I'm suggesting.
And Angelo, that would be motion 2B.
So my suggestion would be that council directs staff to begin a procurement process, which can be fairly wide, as others have talked about expressions of interest and RFQs. So can begin a procurement process guided by the proposed assumptions and key elements outlined, and under the guidance of a procurement review group as established by the executive committee. And to Erin's comments and others that have been made, we want to go forward and clearly have the the imprint of council all over this. So that would be the way in which to really gather more information, deal with the uncertainties, and come back to council with advice or directions that are needed. But it would be a smaller group that would be managing that process. So my suggestion would be that that small amendment to the second motion, which I think would move us forward.
Okay, thank you. And Harinder, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Hannah. I really want to thank Margot and people who worked on it, Dan, for his able handling of this whole issue, and the comments made by all of my colleagues on the council. I agree with Dan that we can amend the motion, number one. Number two, I just want to make a comment on the risks with PLP. Everybody agrees that financial risks are real and we should be concerned about it. Some of us may not know that in the past, reputational risks have been, we have experienced some of the times when we were really in great stress about reputation. So we cannot minimize these reputational risks. And talking to the new entity, whosoever it may be, having some kind of relationship that may not eliminate reputational risk, but it does minimize to a great extent. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Harinder. So Angelo, I'm going to ask you if you could please put motion 2B on the screen again. And again, my understanding would be then, Dan, if this is the motion we're considering in the minutes, it would be reflected simply as motion 2 as opposed to motion 2B. And what I would ask again for clarity, Dan, is for you sort of once that motion is up, just to walk us through again what the amendment is so that council has a very clear understanding of what it is they're going to be voting on. And yes, while that's happening, Daniel Haas, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Just for my own clarity, doesn't this second motion depend on that original first motion, at least in principle? So could we not, again, hate to change on the fly, but at least the first motion, does council agree with it in principle? Because then that leads to the second motion. Otherwise, we still haven't said, yes, we want the turnkey operation. We're just going ahead of the procurement process. I'm just wondering if it can be a
Yeah.
bit of a
So
blend.
I think you're right, and maybe rather than trying to blend them, and I'll turn to Alan Bromstein for his advice on this as well. I think you're right, Daniel, that it might need that principle to move in that direction, and then we could do a couple of amendments that we take out the RFP word or acronym in the second. Maybe if Alan wants to weigh in or let us know if he's working on some wording on these two. I'll turn back to you, Hanno.
I need to see the motions again, please.
Okay. Can we have the first motion on the screen, please?
I see nothing wrong with maintaining that motion. And then 2B. So 2B, as I understand it, the
revised.
The change has already been made.
Yes.
To reflect the guidance of a procurement group. It's a language change as opposed to an RFP group, which would give you a much broader solution. So I think those motions, if they're moved, seconded, and ultimately passed by council, are sufficient.
Thanks, Alan.
Okay, so Alan, you're saying then we would still entertain both motions as opposed to looking at just one motion to deal with this?
Yes, I think they go hand in hand.
Okay, thank you. So in that case, we have motion 2A on the screen that council directs staff to proceed with the option of exploring the transfer of the professional liability program, including current liabilities and staff, to a third party with the goal of allowing the program to continue to operate under separate ownership. At this point in time, I'm looking for a mover, moved by Deborah, seconded by Ram. And what I would ask again, all those in favor, please indicate that by raising your virtual hand so that Angie and I can do a count.
There's 22 in total today, Hanno.
Okay, and I'm now seeing unanimous approval. Do you agree with that, Angie?
I saw 22.
Okay, good. Thank you. So that motion is unanimously carried. Angelo, if we can now have motion 2B on the screen, please. And motion 2B reads that council directs staff to begin a procurement process guided by the proposed assumptions and key elements outlined and under the guidance of a procurement review group as established by the executive committee. That is moved by Anthony Lisho, seconded by Ellie. And again, I would ask all council members to use your virtual hand to indicate your approval of this. Okay.
21 hands are up, 22 hands, yes.
Thank you. I'm seeing that has been also approved unanimously. So thank you very much for that. I know we've gone a little bit over our expected time, but I would like to thank council for their very thoughtful comments and questions, and also to indicate that in this item, 14 out of the 22 members of council had the opportunity and chose to take the opportunity to either ask a question or express an opinion. So I think that's headed in a direction that is, very much what the hope of Dan and staff has been in terms of participation in council conversation. So I congratulate you for that. It is now 11 o'clock. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, but we are going to take a 15-minute break. We will reconvene at 11:15. And I could ask you just please to turn off your microphones and cameras, and we will be back at 11:15. Thank you.
On up your way, Debbie.
Sure, Brian, just a reminder that we are still on live stream.
Sorry.
So we recommend muting until we return.
Yeah, thank you.
If you have returned, will you please ensure that your camera is turned on? When I see a few more faces, we will start up again. Thank you. Welcome back, Council. At its June 15th, 2023 meeting, the RCDSO Council approved the release of a draft standard of practice on virtual care for external consultation. The growing use of technology to deliver dental care remotely has prompted questions regarding the legal, professional, and ethical considerations when dentists provide virtual care. The college has developed a new standard of practice on virtual care with the intention of replacing the COVID-19 specific guidance document with this permanent standard. A draft FAQ companion resource has also been developed to provide additional information and guidance on virtual care. Over the summer, the RCDSO invited all interested parties, including Ontario dentists and the public, to provide feedback on the new draft standard and the FAQs via email or by completing an online survey. The materials for this item can be found in your package at pages 210 to 234. This item will be for your decision. I will now ask Dr. Nancy DeSanto, Chair of the Quality Assurance Committee, to present the analysis and recommendations of the Council. Nancy, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please.
Thank you, Hannah, and good morning. I'm pleased to present the revised draft virtual care standard and FAQs on behalf of the working group. I will start by providing you with some relevant background information regarding the development of this new draft standard. Then I will highlight what we have heard during the consultation on the draft standard and FAQs and the key revisions that were made in response. Lastly, we will have time at the end for questions and discussion. In 2019, Council struck a teledentistry working group to develop a new teledentistry standard. The working group's initial work helped inform the development of the RCDSO's COVID teledentistry guidance in 2020. The COVID teledentistry guidance was converted into the interim guidance for the use of teledentistry after the college's COVID guidance was rescinded this summer. The working group drafted a new standard to replace the guidance, and Council reviewed this draft at the June meeting and approved releasing it for external consultation. This visual of the standards development process may start to look familiar to you. We are currently here in the process. This is the second time that Council is reviewing the draft standard and FAQs, and the revised draft standard is now before you for consideration for final approval. In terms of the consultation feedback, we received a total of 57 responses, and the majority were from dentists, approximately 80%. 4 organizations also responded, including the ODA. The themes raised in the consultation feedback are summarized in your materials on page 211 and include the following: questions regarding the scope of the standard and whether it applies to all oral radiologists and oral pathologists. Suggestions to be more prescriptive about which specific services are appropriate to provide virtually. Concerns regarding the potential for fraud and suggestions regarding fees and billing. Suggestions to provide additional clarity to remove content and add new content, for example, recordings. And lastly, questions, concerns, and suggestions regarding the draft requirements that relate to the provision of virtual care across borders. The working group carefully considered all of the consultation feedback that was received and in response proposed some revisions to the draft virtual care standard and FAQs. The revised draft standard is attached in your materials as Appendix A, and the FAQs are attached as Appendix B. Just a quick reminder that these documents have been drafted in accordance with our new best practices, which you've heard about as part of the college's broader work on standards modernization. The best practices are outlined on this slide. Now we'll turn to the key revisions the working group made regarding scope, recordings, and cross-border care. The working group decided to maintain the scope of the standard. The standard applies to direct patient care, that is, interactions between dentists and patients. It does not apply to indirect patient care, for example, consultations between dentists. To help clarify this, the language of direct and indirect patient care is now used and described in the executive summary and definition section of the draft standard and in the FAQs. The FAQs also describe oral and maxillofacial radiology and oral pathology as examples of specialties that typically provide indirect patient care. The working group added new RCDSO requirements regarding recordings in response to a suggestion from the ODA. The revised draft standard requires that Ontario dentists obtain consent to record virtual dental appointments, to note that consent was obtained in the record, and to retain any recordings as part of the record. The working group thought it would be helpful to patients and dentists to set out expectations on recordings, and further information on this topic is provided in a new FAQ. The working group has made significant revisions to the expectations for Ontario dentists who provide virtual care across borders in response to concerns raised in the consultation. The revised draft standard only requires that Ontario dentists comply with our virtual care standard and have appropriate liability protection. The working group now strongly recommends that Ontario dentists be aware of licensing requirements in other jurisdictions, and we leave it up to other dental regulatory authorities to require and enforce licensure in their jurisdiction. This is a visual representation of the revised draft requirements and the liability protection that would be in place in each scenario. The FAQs contain visuals and further describe the requirements and liability protection for Ontario dentists. The working group has also made significant revisions regarding licensure for out-of-province dentists. The revised draft standard now requires licensure with the RCDSO unless virtual care is being provided within an existing dentist-patient relationship and it intended to bridge a gap in care for a limited period of time. The working group proposed these revisions in response to the concerns expressed during the consultation and have taken an approach that is generally consistent with other Ontario health regulators. There was a lot of discussion at the last council meeting regarding the legal advice we received on the issue of jurisdiction and licensure. The working group carefully considered the risks and thought it is unlikely that the college's legal authority to require and enforce licensure in these circumstances will be challenged. The working group felt that this nuanced approach to licensure was in the public interest. That leads us to questions we have for you. Number one, does council have any feedback on the revised draft virtual care standard or FAQs? Number two, does council approve the revised draft virtual care standard as a final standard of the college? I want to take this opportunity to remind council that you are just being asked to consider approving the revised draft standard and not the FAQs. FAQs do not require council approval, and as such, we can adjust them in response to the questions and feedback we receive. I'll turn it over back to you, Hanno, to facilitate the discussion, and thank you for your time this morning.
And thank you very much for your presentation, Nancy. Anthony Mayer, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Hanno. Great presentation, Nancy. I just have a kind of question for clarification, perhaps. In the situation with an out-of-province dentist who is continuing an existing relationship, is there a time limit on that? I'm thinking specifically as an orthodontist where a out-of-province orthodontist might be able to continue care for months or even years remotely with Invisalign or clear aligner type appliances. So that's my question. Thanks.
Okay.
And no, I can respond to that question if that's all right. It's Michelle
please
here.
do so, Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you. So our revised draft standard does indicate that the period of time is limited. So it doesn't specify exactly how long that would be, but we would expect that dentists would use their professional judgment. And the intention is not to allow the treatment to continue indefinitely and for dentists to use that as a way to avoid being licensed with the RCDSO. So there's no specific time period included in the draft standard, and we would leave it up to dentists to use their judgment as to what a limited time would be.
Thank you. That's very clear.
Thank you. Daniel Haas.
Thank you. And Nancy, thanks so much for that great presentation. Just a quick comment. I just wanted to compliment those who were involved in revisions, because I believe this document is much improved over what we saw in the spring. And I think the group did take into account the feedback. So I just wanted to essentially acknowledge that and say thank you. I think this is a much better document. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Mark Eckler.
Yes, I just want to echo what Dr. Haas said. Much improved. Thank you.
Nancy.
Thank you. So I just wanted to share just a real life situation that happened to me, just to express how important this document is. I just recently attended a course, and the presenter was an oral pathologist, and he shared with us how he has been using virtual care to provide oral pathology and discussions in Northern Ontario. And I was so pleased to see this was happening, because it supports our access to care pillar as well. So I just wanted to share with the group how pleased I am about this draft standard of care now, and how important it is to the profession and to the public as well. So great job on the policy team and the college and all the hard work, and the working group as well. Outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Nancy. There are no more people on the speakers list. So Angelo, could I ask you please to put motion number 3 on the screen? And council, for your consideration, motion number 3, that council approves the revised standard of practice, virtual care, as set out in Appendix A of the resources as a standard of practice of the RCDSO. And that is moved by Deborah, seconded by Anthony Mayer. And again, I'm going to ask you to raise your virtual hand. All those in favor, please do so now. And I see that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Nancy, for your presentation and for your group's work. Next item is a presentation on enterprise risk management. With the guidance of the FAR committee and the leadership of the college, the RCDSO has been engaged in the development of an enterprise risk management process. The material for this item can be found on pages 235 to 242 of your package. After our conversation, there will be a decision the council needs to make. And I'm going to ask the CFO, Jeff Goldberg, to please introduce our guest. Jeff, over to you, please.
Thank you, Hannah. So as Hannah mentioned, the college is embarking on the development of a formal risk management program, which is not to suggest that we do not manage risks, as we do so every day, as Hillary's presentation certainly demonstrated. However, we have not formalized a risk management process or document key risks for council, which is a key oversight responsibility. So we started with the cybersecurity awareness presentation last meeting, which is one of the top risks for the college. And developing an enterprise risk management program involves several steps. And one of the first is to really identify the college's risk appetite, which sets the stage for subsequent work in the program. So to help us with this important step, we engaged with an expert in the field. And I would like to introduce Rob Quayle, who's been working with us for the past few months. Rob has led enterprise risk management efforts since 2000, first as in-house risk leader at Hydro One, and since 2016 as an independent consultant. He's helped many organizations in many different sectors set up or improve their ERM programs including other Ontario healthcare regulators. Rob is a regular lecturer on ERM at the Schulich School of Business. He's been a guest lecturer at Harvard Business School, Ryerson, and Carleton University. We have brought Rob on board to help establish foundational aspects of a risk program in a way that lines up with best practice. So Rob has led staff and the FAR committee through a very interesting process to get to where we are. So there's a risk appetite results in your materials, and Rob is going to take us through the process we followed so far. So Rob, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you very much. I trust everybody can see my screen okay, and I'm just going to the present mode. So thanks for the introduction. One thing I should mention about my background, my approach to doing enterprise risk management is about enabling better, more consistent decision-making under uncertainty. So it's about application, decision-making processes. It's not about ticking the box. And the big way we do that is through conversations. So there are a lot of models, good practice, ERM can look very different in very different organizations. And I've worked with customers in a variety of different sectors, including other Ontario healthcare regulators, in fact. And depending on their business strategy, their business environment, and what stakeholders expect of them, their appetite for risk can be different. So really there are really four things you have in place in order to say you're doing enterprise risk management well. You need some kind of framework that says, here's how we manage it, and here's how we're going to look after different aspects of risk management from an administrative point of view. You need some way of differentiating the big from the little risks and deciding which risks are attractive and good risks to take because we learn and progress and grow and increase our influence, and which ones we avoid because of their potential for a downside. So that's what criteria is all about. Then you apply it to key risks and integrate into other business processes, and there's some kind of reporting. And all this happens through a bunch of conversations among decision makers and hopefully better decision making. So today we're focusing on this piece of risk appetite, which has to do with our willingness to accept uncertainty. So risk is not necessarily something to be avoided. Every entity in every sector, for profit, not for profit, crown, regulatory, whatever, is in the business of putting its assets at risk in order to realize some kind of benefit or value. Sometimes that's financial assets, it can be human capital, it can be intellectual property, it can be capability, it can be reputation, but we all, whether we realize it or not, make decisions to put things at risk in order to grow or improve or progress or deliver value. So what should the role of a board of directors or council be in terms of enterprise risk management? This is from the COSO guidance, which is the Committee of Sponsoring Organizations of the Treasury Commission. It's a US body that sets up standards for corporate governance and for things like risk management, audit, and internal control. And they've suggested boards and board overseeing entities do four things: oversee the philosophy and concur with appetite, know that there's a process in place, understand the overall portfolio of risks, and also get comfortable with those key risks. So the first of those things, which is really necessary to do all these others, is about the risk philosophy. And that is that point I was making earlier about what risks do we like because we have to take them or choose to take them because it makes us more effective, and what risks do we avoid because of their potential to destroy value for the organization or distract from the strategy. So risk appetite's a tool we use to describe areas where we're open to risks and areas where we're averse. In my experience, there's a lot of value in going through the process of defining it. You learn through the discussions about the strategy and and the role of uncertainty in its achievement, but also it's a useful tool in communicating with stakeholders. More mechanically, it's a foundational piece in a lot of other things shown in the tree here that are components of enterprise risk management. It's used to develop risk criteria for assessing individual risks and deciding if they are tolerable. It can help with understanding of the implications of major strategic choices or decisions or priorities. So you consider your risk appetite when you're deciding whether to proceed with, say, some major strategic change or challenge or a new initiative. And it's essential for setting things like risk metrics and thresholds and those kinds of things that are a little bit more into the nitty-gritty of enterprise risk management. So in order to get at a risk appetite for the college, we went through this process. I interviewed each member of the executive management team and also members of your finance and risk committee for 30 minutes each to get individual views and get a sense of where we were aligned and where we weren't aligned in terms of our view of risk and its role in achievement of the strategy. Then we had a very effective, fun, productive workshop with the executive team where we highlighted those areas of alignment. I shared the perspectives of the FAR committee with management. Where there was a spread, we discussed those through. And then ultimately, I mean, like any organization, the college is a hierarchy and there's someone in charge. And at the end of the day, we had a good, rich discussion. But at the end, this is Dan's expression of risk appetite, or this is using my tool. So Dan was a key participant in that discussion. And really, at the end of the day, he was the where we couldn't come to consensus. And in fact, with his group, we did. But if we hadn't, it would have been his call. And then we did a relativity check, and I'll show you what that looks like later. And then I think it was November 9th, I believe was the date, we took it to a FAR for a brief discussion and their concurrence, and hence we are here today. So what do we mean when we talk about risk appetite? Why would we accept a high risk to any of these things? Well, first of all, as I said, we defined these strategic outcomes. So these are combinations of strategic goals of the organization and also things we value, like for instance, our reputation with stakeholders, or EDI, or regulatory compliance. So these are all the things, if you like, that are at play when we're making decisions. And there are 9 of them. So for each one of them, we needed to decide what our risk appetite should be. So why would we accept a high risk appetite to one of these things? Well, on the right-hand side are kind of 4 examples. The first is there may be some kind of benefit to exposing it to risk. So for example, an example that many of you might be familiar with, when an organization decides it's going to change out its business technology, say we're going to change our accounting system or payroll or something like that, there's risk involved in doing that. But we do that because we realize that risk to operational efficiency in the short term can lead to longer term benefits in terms of delivery or long-term efficiency or cost reduction, those kinds of things. So sometimes we'll put A at risk in order to improve B. The other thing is that there may be a need, an acknowledgement that there isn't a straight line or a clear path to achievement of that outcome. So we have to be responsive. There are other factors that are outside our control, and we need to react to those things. We need to be resilient. We need to deal with change, or we don't know exactly what that roadmap looks like to get to that goal. So we're going to progress and learn and build more and more detailed plans as we go. That's what that second one is about. Do we have a clear pathway? The third one is quite related. If we're measuring results related to one of these areas and the numbers start to jump around, is that the path we figured we were going to be on when we said, do we expect a squiggly line to that goal? Or is it a sign that it's out of control and we need to dive into it? And then finally, and I use this only as a tiebreaker, is if we have to make a decision that puts either, say, for example, financial health and stability or optimize people and culture at risk, which one do we want to be more protective of? And that also is another signal in terms of risk appetite. So these principles I built into this scale. So this is sort of the definition I brought forward of averse, minimalist, cautious, flexible, and open. So averse is the lowest risk appetite. You'll recognize some of the principles from this previous slide in there. That means that we will choose the lowest risk option always within the limits of affordability to protect that outcome. Up to open, which is we fully anticipate volatility, we expect surprises, we're going to basically go through things, go down our path as we go along and learn, and we will make trade-offs. So we took this model, we used this tool in the list of the 9 strategic outcomes that I talked about on the earlier slide, and I interviewed all those executives. We sat down for almost an hour and came up with this. Now, there's a whole lot of detail in your package that describes each of those positions. Basically, to explain how the figure works is where the axis is close to the middle, that suggests a low risk appetite. That's 1, that's averse. And 5 is open. That's where we have a high tolerance or high expectation of uncertainty. So I'm going to very briefly walk you through the logic that led us to this conclusion. And then any questions you have in terms of the detail, those I would actually ask you direct. I brought the process. I'm a facilitator. Your questions in terms of content, any debate you want to have on these things, that really should be between council and executive management. But just to take you through the logic very briefly, and I'm going to go from lowest to highest appetite. Public protection is our mandate. We won't willingly make choices that put that at risk. We will manage risk to public protection to be as low as practical or reasonably achievable. Therefore, we are averse. That's that one. In terms of regulatory compliance, this is our compliance with our regulation. We're not talking about dentists, we're talking about us. So compliance with government and government direction and regulation and legal requirements. So we're minimalist there. The only case where we will sacrifice that is if there's a direct conflict between that and protection of the public. Next, we have two components, financial health and stability and optimized people and culture, that management decided are medium or cautious is the term on the scale. These are the resources, right? People and money are the things we apply in order to get work done. There's some room in terms of financial, there's some room to invest and make progress, but extremely cautious. We'll operate within our reserves. In the case of people, we operate in consideration of their capacity to absorb change, but we will try things, we will place investments, we will do things without absolute perfect knowledge of what the outcome is going to be. We do that in a cautious and prudent manner, but we do invest in areas where we need to in order to improve other areas. Next one was collaborative stakeholder relationships. This is about public plus stakeholders in the professional, governmental, and healthcare sectors. There's a myriad of positions and interests about all these populations, and we can't please everybody 100% of the time, so there's uncertainty there. And we may need to advocate for positions that don't align with the positions of those particular stakeholder groups. So therefore, we acknowledge there's some uncertainty. In terms of EDII, this is a real priority for the college. So I think one of the things I said at the outset, and if I didn't, I apologize, is that this isn't about priority. This is about relationship between the objective and risks. So these are all important things, and EDII is important to the business and in growing importance. But our plans are not cemented yet. We are still figuring out targets and plans and how we're going to accomplish those outcomes. So as we develop those plans and targets and get more firm idea of how we're going to accomplish our EDI goals, we expect our risk appetite will drop. So right now, the appetite is relatively high, just reflective of the fact that we don't have a perfect roadmap yet. But as that gets cemented, this appetite will move more towards the middle of the figure. In terms of registrants, again, very important, but we acknowledge as a regulator, sometimes we may need to make decisions that are unpopular with registrants. And secondly, we need to be modernizing, we need to improve our delivery models, and that involves some uncertainties, some acceptance of risk. Not everything we put in play is going to necessarily work perfectly in the real world, so that acknowledges some risk. And then finally, in terms of access to care, again, this is a core thing we're here to facilitate. So I apologize, I use we, because that's more efficient than they. Anyway, we are one participant in an ecosystem. And we need to be responsive and flexible and dynamic and iterative as other moving pieces in the picture in terms of providing access to care happen. So therefore, there's higher uncertainty and we accept a higher risk. So that in about 4 minutes is the overall narrative that explains the logic that management came to in terms of the risk appetite. So at this point, I'll address any questions on process. And I would ask if there are any questions on content, any detail in terms of those individual risk appetite statements, best answered by management.
Wonder if we can stop sharing screens so we can see everyone.
That's a good idea.
Thanks. Thank you. Hanno, Rod Stapleforth has his hand up.
Thanks, Dan. Rob, good presentation. Just a question, if accepted by management or executive, how or when may we operationalize this ongoing to make it a key part of our decision process?
So there are the most programmatic or mechanistic way to operationalize it is to build it into risk criteria. So underneath the risk appetite statement like this should be a set of, for each one of these strategic outcomes, let's say, for example, people and culture. Many organizations measure things like staff turnover, retention, replacement time, employee engagement. So imagine a table with each one of those measures spelled out and your targets. And then what you do is establish a calibrated set of impact criteria. So you say, how much of a deviation from target in terms of employee turnover is intolerable? So if I'm a decision maker somewhere within the college and I've identified a risk that could credibly cause a staff turnover in excess of that threshold, that means that risk might be intolerable. We've all seen risk heat maps and stuff with high, medium, low gradations. What calibrated impact criteria is take that to the next level, where you're actually using measures in the business that sit underneath each one of these strategic outcomes, and you calibrate it based on how okay we are with the volatility I talked about on that table before. And then whenever you're doing any kind of risk assessment, that might be in the context of deciding whether to proceed with, say, a new initiative, or it might be in terms of annual or some kind of regular business planning or setting the strategy. You look at your risks and you use that instrument as the tool or the ruler to measure this and differentiate the significance of those different risks. So the appetite is sort of the conceptual link between high, medium, low definitions of risk and the overall strategic outcomes and goals of the organization. That is the most concrete way to implement it, but it's also can be used as a point of reference when you're considering major strategic decisions at the executive and board level, to say how much risk does this represent in terms of our relationship with registrants or our financial stability, and are we okay with that in the context of our appetite? Does that answer your question, Rod?
Yeah, just a corollary. Was this successful in other organizations you've dealt with? And secondly, how do you give it life over a period of time to make sure it remains relevant and ingrained?
So I mean, the real benefit, like a lot of things in ERM, comes from the conversation. And I mentioned that I have a few other clients in healthcare in Ontario. One of those has decided actually to make a shift from a sort of template-based to a outcomes-based regulatory model. And they acknowledge that not everybody in their organization, or not all their employees, not all their stakeholders, is on board with that transition. So they recognize there's going to be some noise in terms of stakeholder relationships and human capital. So that conversation, understanding that implication of that shift in terms of the way it impacts other areas of the business, was useful for them in understanding the implications of that decision to go to an OBR regulatory model. So that's an example of where it was a very fruitful discussion. I've also used it in organizations who are for-profit organizations that are growing assets in other jurisdictions, say in other countries, or building stuff in other places in Europe. And they are faced from time to time with decisions about whether to invest additional capital in those projects. And they are using today that client risk appetite as a way to decide whether or not, or decide how much of a return on investment they need to get from that capital investment, capital outlay, in order to proceed with the project or not. So a lot of it comes from the circumstance of the organization, the kinds of decisions you make, and the role of risk in those decisions. I hope that is kind of a long-winded answer to a short question.
No,
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hanno, you're on mute.
Dan, I see your hand up, but I didn't know if you wanted to be on the list or if you wanted to speak to this point.
Dan, you're now muted.
Yeah, I know. Thanks. I'll stay in line.
Okay,
Nancy,
thanks. So next is Nancy.
Thank you, Hanno. Thank you, Mr. Quayle, for that really interesting presentation. It was very informative. Really appreciated the infographic of the risk appetite with regards to the college. Thank you. I just had a question. I'm not sure if this is more for you, Dan, but the risk criteria calibration, will that be incorporated on our briefing notes for future upcoming council meetings? Just like, how we have the public interest text box that we incorporated fairly recently. I'm just wondering, will that help us or facilitate in the decision-making process, for our future council meetings and discussions? Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. I can incorporate a response to you, Nancy, with the comment that I was going to make. And it's a very good point, because we haven't fully thought out exactly how we'll use it, because we're going through in stages, and Jeff is working on the entire enterprise risk management approach, of which this is critical. But I do think that it would be part of the materials that council sees, whether it's a separate box or something else, that provides within the framework an analysis of the risks that are being contemplated within any particular big decision that council needs to make. the point I wanted to make was there's a couple of real live examples, and it was interesting because even though we didn't have this framework, I do think the decisions that have been made are very consistent with the framework that has been developed and looked at by multiple people over the last couple of months. The first is PLP, and if you think about the public protection / reputational management, which is the first one where it's an aversion or a low risk tolerance. We wanted to make sure that in any future decisions, either to change a program or leave a program or to add something, we don't want to risk failure because of the public protection or reputational management aspect. But we were more willing to take some risks that related to financial. Obviously, we want to de-risk, but I do think, long story short, I think the framework helped us intuitively, before we had this actual framework, to really think through some of the risks and what they meant to us and how to make the trade-offs. Because I'll emphasize what Rob said is, this is not about relative importance. Every single thing on this infographic is important, but it's how do you make trade-offs and how do you decide if you want to take a risk of success or failure, and what that could mean to the college. And the other example is last year, just around this time, we sent out an e-blast to the profession, and we related to the need to be cautious of apps that screened out patients who are on social assistance or government assistance programs for oral health care. And we knew that that was a big aspect of the college and the council and access to care and that priority. We also knew that it would probably not be well received by some or many in the dental profession. So we took a risk in the access to care box because we knew it had a really big payoff potentially, but we also knew that it could have some repercussions with the registrant relationship. So without having the framework, we've been applying it. And to your point, we'll be more diligent about and more explicit about how we apply it on big decisions, not everything necessarily.
Thanks, Dan. So you were next on my list, but have you covered the points you wanted to make?
Yes, all done.
Okay, thank you. Mark Trudell.
Thanks, Mano. Rob, once again, thank you for the presentation and the good work. Dan, you kind of stole my thunder there. Where I was going was wanted to take the opportunity to flag that the highest level of risk in the pie chart, or whatever we want to call that chart, aligns with access to care, and amongst all the elements. And for the members of council, as well as those members who may be watching this meeting virtually, I wanted to ensure there was some degree of elaboration on what does that mean, taking high risk or elevated risk with respect to access to care. I'm assuming it pertains to the delivery, thinking outside of the box, but I'd welcome a little bit more detail either at this present time, Dan, or at a later point in time for the benefit of council, a little more detail as to what does that look like and how did we land as a group with the highest level of risk aligned with access to care. Thank you.
Dan?
Yeah, I think it will be a longer conversation, but to your point, Mark, the where you see that blue dot for access to care, in my mind, and just to emphasize the point again, we are willing to take more risks where some things may not succeed, but others might, and the payoff could be tremendous. We are willing to work in an area where we don't have full control on access to care, but we have influence and we have partnerships, and we will work with others at the end of the day, really trying to ensure that patients in Ontario have access to oral health care. And that could look differently for different populations. So one thing that we will talk about in the new year, in 2024, is a potential standard or policy around some of the legal, ethical, and professional responsibilities for accepting new patients in practice. What will that look like? And we will take some risks with that particular standard development and content. And so that, again, it's about what we are prepared to proceed with that may not work and also may not be within our complete control. That's sort of how I look at it, but I would turn to Rob to maybe elaborate a little bit more on some of what that means in reality.
Rob? I remember, yeah, that kind of discussion being very much a part of the discussion we had in our workshop, which is about two things. One, there are two drivers of the high risk appetite for access to care. The first one is that so much of it, we're part of an ecosystem that influences results there. It's not directly under our control, like things like regulatory compliance or financial control are. And the second is it leaves room for us to experiment, innovate, try things, see what works, push for, advocate for positions. We don't have a prescribed calendar that takes us from A to B over the next 10 years to improve access to care. We just have a number of things like Dan talked about to move us in that direction. And it's about introducing new things and being adaptive and responsive and also working in collaboration with other entities. So those are kind of the two drivers that I recall being a part of the discussion around that high appetite for access to care.
Great response, Robin. Thank you, Dan, for the further detail. Leaves me personally with a high degree of optimism. Back to you, Manu.
Thank you. Erin?
Yes, thank you for the very interesting presentation, and I echo Nancy's enthusiasm for the graphic. It's very neat to look at. I was wondering, while you were going through this process in the workshop, were there any results that were surprising, or were there any areas where there was a bigger variance in responses, where there was maybe some disagreement on these categories?
And
there
Erin,
was, so go ahead.
Go ahead, Rob.
There was, I'm a little embarrassed. I have to pull up super quickly my raw results. There were, to my memory, 2 or 3 of these where we went into the workshop with wildly different perspectives, and through the course of discussion came to consensus. And it's just coming up on my screen, so I'll tell you in a minute. So the big areas where we had a lot of discussion was access to care, which is interesting because that's one you've focused on in council. EDI, both of those were areas where some folks thought there should be a low risk appetite because of the relative importance of the area. And we had to have that discussion about, yeah, but there's uncertainty about its manner of achievement. And registrant relationship service experience. Again, a similar discussion about how a lot of the discussion was getting us away from talking about importance and making sort of mental leap to say, yeah, we can accept that something is critically important to the college, but also accept that there's some uncertainty about what the journey looks like to get there. And that was a big part of the registrant relationship discussion. So every time I've done this, and I've done it in about a dozen different organizations, usually if they're about 9 or 10 different outcomes, about a third of them people are already aligned, about a third of them they're kind of close, and about a third of them they're not. And that was exactly the same case here in the college.
Thanks, Rob. Ram?
No, my question was similar to Mark, and of course, Dan and Rob, you have answered about the public protection and care, access to care. So I think I got the answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Ram.
Your presentation was very good.
Sorry. Thank you. Judy?
Yes, thank you. I just want to follow up a little bit on what Mark raised, because I have to say that when I first looked at the graphic, I was a little taken aback by, as a public member, that access to care had such a high tolerance for risk. I was you know, I would have wanted to see something tighter on that. And I understand that that you're not just measuring the risk the college is prepared to take, but its control over its own universe. And I understand that, but I'm not really sure I understand why the RCDSO being part of an ecosystem over which it has presumably, minimal control, sort of factors into the risk the college is willing to take in terms of access to care. I understand that you've defined it in terms of being in a position to make bold, dynamic decisions, but I just have to say that when you're talking about risk management and you're sort of quantifying those in broad categories, and the greatest tolerance for risk is with access to care, which is the thing that is most important to patients in Ontario. I'm just not sure how this jives. I mean, and even if I've started to wrap my head around what it is that you did, but I have to say that optically, it's not a good look.
Dan? Oh, Harinder, your hand is up. Do you want me to go to you, Harinder?
Yes, thank you, Hanno. I exactly wanted to make this point. Infographic wise, yes, it looks like that it is, we are not worried about access to care. But Judy, as you know, that this is one of our key strategic priority. So we might be willing to take some risk in coming to any kind of decision on this, or proposing something to some of the people who we may have to work with, and sometime we will have difference of opinion, but we are willing to take that risk. But I want to clarify what Mark was concerned, and also for the people who are watching on YouTube, that this is our strategic priority, and this infographic does not mean that it is not our interest, or it is any further away from some of the other strategic priorities we have. This is one of our strategic priority, and this infographic doesn't mean that we don't care about it. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Harinder. I have no one else on my list. Dan, did you want me to go to you before I have the motion put on the screen?
Yeah, just a quick response, and maybe we can come back to it when we talk about access to care and the update this afternoon. I hear you, Judy, because I think it took a long time for a lot of us to wrap our minds around what this was saying and whether the infographic is helpful or not. I think you can sometimes jump to the conclusion that it doesn't look important. If I look at, and sort of we talk about taking a lot of risk, that's all relative as well. We're not ever going to put the college in jeopardy of something, whether it's financially or huge reputational risk. But if you look at the chart that's in the materials for access to care of the things that we've been doing, there's a number of things that we haven't normally, or regulators aren't normally a part of. So we are taking some risk, although the outcome or the consequences are likely not grave. But when you think about the kinds of questions we've started to ask on the annual renewal, to get a better sense from the profession, what their practice looks like, what their labor shortages might look like, those are not approaches that regulators normally take. And the profession looks at that and says, why are you making my life so difficult in terms of the amount of material you want me to submit, and it takes more time. But we're taking a risk to do it because it will help us to think differently and have more information available about how to improve access and what some of those other solutions might be. When you look about posting on our website, the location of clinics that will take patients who are on government-sponsored programs, those are not positions that regulators normally take. So we are taking some risk in doing that, but it's a huge value to members of the public and patients who are looking for a place to go for their oral health care. So I think that's how we're trying to approach it, Judy. And it might be that with that chart, there are some other areas that we could talk about when we get there. But I do get your point that sometimes the infographic may not be sending the kind of message that we're all talking about here for the last half hour.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. And as I said, I had to really read through the explanations on the following few pages to sort of try and wrap my head around why that infographic looked like that. And as I said, I also, and that led me to wonder why in terms of our risk tolerance, we take into account things over which we have no control in that way, like the RCDSO being part of an ecosystem, which I totally understand. But I do think that particularly if this graphic is made accessible to the public, as I said, if I were as a member of the public, I would open the page, I would see that graphic, and I'd think, wow, I guess it's not a high priority. That's what the infographic says to me. And I hear what you're saying. So I'm just wondering if maybe the infographic could be refined a bit.
Yeah, I will just close by saying, oh yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Just jump in. I don't generally recommend publishing the infographic. I recommend publishing the words, because the words provide a rationale and a statement, and it's much clearer when you read the words rather. The infographic is a tool we use to simply present the relativity and the consequence of our discussion. But without a whole lot of understanding, someone can't just look at that infographic and get the right message. And I think that's what you're speaking to as well, Judy. So if you're going to publish anything, I would suggest the words rather than this is the thing you want to spread far and wide as part of communication to stakeholders.
Thank you, Rob. Angelo, could I have motion number 4 on the screen, please? And Council, for your consideration, the motion that we're going to address is that Council approves the risk appetite statements and ratings as presented. And I'm looking for a mover. Moved by Mark Eckler, seconded by Nizar. And please use again your virtual hand to indicate your acceptance of that motion. Okay, I'm seeing unanimously accepted. So thank you very much. At this point in time, we actually have done pretty well. We were running behind, and now I think we've made up some time. We have a presentation at 1 o'clock on the access to care for people living with disabilities. It has a hard start of 1 and a hard finish of 1:30. So I'm going to ask that we shorten lunch a little bit, and I'm going to ask that you be back in front of the cameras, ready to begin for a 1 o'clock start. So perhaps a minute or two before that. And for those people watching today's meeting on YouTube, we will be stopping the live stream for lunch, but we'll resume the live stream just before 1 o'clock. So now it is time for you to have your lunch. Thank you very much.
Hi, Joan. It's Dan Faulkner here.
You're muted, Joan. Hi, Dan.
Hello. Hi, Olaf. I can hear you. Yeah, I had to put my earbuds back in.
Thank you. So I did put my video on. Do you want it off or on? How would you like us?
Oh no, you can start with it on. We're starting with you and your presentation, so you can keep it on.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Dan, you call them earbuds. I call them hearing aids.
Yeah, well, they do the same thing, right?
No, really, it's nothing out of the ordinary now. It seems everybody's got something stuck in their ears.
Yeah.
I want to thank you again, Dan, for inviting us to speak on this issue to the college. I'm really appreciative.
Not a problem. Yeah, it's an important topic. We're all keen on hearing what you have to say.
Hello, Olaf. See how you feel after.
John.
Hello, Irene.
Hello.
Looking forward to your presentation. Pardon?
I feel after the last 4 years, all in all, with all of this stuff, some of the urgency, some of the depth of the scope of the problem, you still have to maintain a reasonable sense of humor just to be able to cope with all of this stuff. So trying not to belittle any, otherwise you're going to go crazy.
If you don't mind me interjecting, please note that we are still live on YouTube, just in case there's anything that's here.
Thanks, Aldwin. We'll just we'll stay quiet then and wait until we start the formalities.
Oh no, the discussion is okay. I just wanted to make sure that there was we know that there's a level of transparency that's here.
Yeah. Thank you, Aldwin.
I'm curious to know what is the usual viewership of the college meetings? Do you think it's widespread? And is it recorded so that people can see it subsequent to the actual meeting?
Yeah, it is recorded, and it's not a huge audience. I think we will probably have a lot of staff from the college who will watch through the YouTube channel because they're not part of the Zoom link. We have, individuals from different organizations and government that want to see what the council is discussing and deciding on. I would probably hazard a guess in the at high points, 60 to 70, maybe a little bit less. Yeah. But it's available. If somebody wants to see your presentation, it's on the agenda with a time and anybody can tune in and watch.
Terrific. That's excellent. I saw that the list as I went through of the screens that Dr. Haas is here is it from University of Toronto or is he representing dental anesthesiology?
He is the University of Toronto appointment to the council. Yes.
Okay, terrific. Many years since I've spoken to Dr. Haas.
Just saying hello, Joan. Nice to see you again. It's been many years.
Nice to see you, Dr. Haas. I was very pleased to see you there. I will make a comment, actually, assuming there's time, on the topic of dental anesthesia.
I'm looking forward to hearing you. Thanks so much.
And I apologize for the time constraints. We have so much to do in a day, and we obviously wanted to carve out time for you, but we do have other items that we have to do as well. So.
And quite honestly, Dan, I've been watching the meeting since the beginning and realizing the volume of work and the intensity of some of the material. It's quite significant, and I dare say a lot of the membership of the RCDSO is really not familiar with what it takes to get things done.
And Joan and Olaf, my name is Hannah Weinberger. I'm going to be chairing the meeting, and I just wanted to, in light of the comment made in terms of time constraints, to let you know at about 1:20, I'll give you a heads up that we sort of have where you are so that we can still then entertain some questions, because I've asked council to come back for, a 1 o'clock start, but we have a hard finish of 1:30. So I just thought that may be helpful if I give you sort of a 10-minute mark when you've got 10 minutes left, so that we can still entertain some questions.
Absolutely, thank you. I've got a timer in front of me to make sure.
Perfect.
And I will do my best to ensure that my marks are my comments, I should say, are concise. But bear in mind, I am a lawyer. I'm sure Dan is sympathetic to my plight.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I've worked with a lot of lawyers, so I am sympathetic.
So, sorry, I assumed you were a lawyer.
No.
So Angelo, I don't know if can we go back to full screen so that I can see how many people have turned their cameras back on, please? Thank you.
Dr. Weinberger, would you prefer that I maintain my mute unless I'm speaking?
That would be fine, but I mean, since you will be speaking, I mean, I have no problem with it being on. And thank you for making me a doctor. I'm a retired teacher, but I'm happy to take that title for the afternoon. I'll let my kids know that I became a doctor by the end of this meeting.
I'm sure it's well deserved.
My daughter's a teacher, so one profession, egalitarian views on professionalism. So thank you for that.
I know if you stick around, we might have to give you an honorary degree, you know.
Okay. Hey, I'll agree with that. Thank you.
A doctor of chairs, Hanno, a doctor of chairs.
Thank you. Thank you. Not everyone was back, but most everyone is back. So I think at this point in time, I'm welcoming everyone who has come back. Our speakers this afternoon for the next segment come to us from the Canadian Society for Disability and Oral Health, and they will help deepen our understanding of the challenges faced by people with disabilities and accessing oral health care. There was a briefing note on this issue in your package from pages 243 to 245, and I'm going to ask Dan if he would be so kind as to introduce our speakers. Dan, over to you, please.
Thanks, Hanno, and I'm very pleased to introduce our esteemed guest today. You have their bios. They're quite extensive and impressive, so I'm going to try to do them justice, but leave maximum time for us to hear from them. First, I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Joan Rush. She's the chair of the Advocacy Committee at the Canadian Society for Disability and Oral Health. And Joan was formerly the Vice President, Law General Counsel, and Chief Compliance Officer of a Canadian life and health insurer. Joan created the Help Teeth Hurt Dental Clinic project to improve access to dental treatment for adults with developmental disabilities. And our lead presenter today is Dr. Olaf Plotsky. Dr. Plotsky graduated from Western University, where he is currently a lecturer, adjunct professor, and course director at Schulich Dentistry. He served as the dental director of the Cleft Lip and Palate team at Thames Valley Children's Hospital. And joining Joan and Olaf is Dr. Paul Romitson. Dr. Romitson is also a Western alumnus who practiced until 2018, and Paul now teaches students at the Schulich Dentistry Adult Clinic, and he is president of the Canadian Society for Disability and Oral Health. So without further ado, I'm very pleased to have all of you here today and look forward to your remarks to council.
Thank you very much. If we could have presentation on screen, please. Thank you. Just for clarification, the accolades I had for my part-time teaching ended about 4 years ago after I resigned from the school after 41 years of part-time teaching. Next slide, please. I want to thank, first of all, the council, Dan in particular, and his RCDSO team for giving us this opportunity to speak to you today. It's a very, how can I put it, sensitive topic for those of us that spent most of our lives dealing with people with disabilities. I also want to commend the people that prepared the briefing notes because I found them incredibly concise, but at the same time, very comprehensive and informative. And finally, just to let you know, there is a PDF available of this presentation available to the entire council that you can review at your leisure after the fact. Next slide, please. As your briefing notes indicate, we are the Canadian Society for Disability and Oral Health, totally voluntary, board members from Victoria to Halifax. Once you get your PDF, you can access our website through either the QR code or the hyperlink, and it will give you further insight into the runnings and functioning of the CSDH. Next slide, please. For your information, I've also included a lexicon of acronyms, not quite as extensive as your handout, but it will serve the purpose for the discussion that we're about to move forward with. Next slide, please. I've included this one because it really speaks to the issue of what we're attempting to affect a change in. That is to say, when you read it, it speaks to where we are today. That is to say, a child with disabilities often spends hours being taught how to interact with others around them in their environment. But why don't we spend time teaching those without disabilities how to interact with them? And it sort of addresses the issue of what kind of model for disability are we currently using in healthcare? And by healthcare, I mean all the healthcare professions, be they dentistry, be they medicine, OT, PT, and all the rest of them. The current medical model describes people with conditions that for some reason need to be fixed. I'm going to suggest to you or submit that people with cerebral palsy cannot be fixed. People with autism cannot be fixed. But if we look at it from a social model, what we have individuals, that is to say, people that have certain conditions that limit them from functionally participating in our society. So in fact, it's our environment that is broken. It's our environment that needs fixing. It's our environment that needs to provide accommodations for people with disabilities. Next slide, please. Statistically, these numbers are not new to anyone. Globally, there are about 1.5 billion people that have at least one disability. In Canada, according to your notes and what we had available, 22% of the Canadians with a population of approximately 40 million would suggest 8.8 million people. In Ontario, specifically, 1 in 7 people live with a disability. Interestingly enough, it was as recently as December 1st, StatsCan came out with new information that indicated the incidence of disability in Canada went from 22 to 27%, approximately 4.7%. However, at the same time, they indicate that this is not statistically significant, which to my mind, as a non-statistician, I find kind of interesting that 5% does not constitute a statistically significant difference. Next slide, please. I found this interesting from several points of view. The fact that Green Shield and its community partners as recently as 2022 launched a report uncovering the social impact of oral health. This is from an insurance company, albeit Green Shield is a not-for-profit, but they are participants or actively involved with the very, what I would call powerful insurance industry, and yet would still come up with this comment that one thing is clear, for many of the most vulnerable people in our communities, the current system has left them behind and without support. Next slide, please. A little under 4 years ago, when we started our organization, we started developing our strategic plan and in coming to terms with where we are to where we want to be with regard to a gap analysis. This particular umbrella review proved to be very informative with regard to what was going on in Canada. You may recognize some of the names in the author list, and quite honestly, I found it very useful when I try and communicate with my colleagues as to what is really going on. Next slide, please. So the summary as far as key findings are concerned, what it pointed out, of course, is that people with disabilities have poor oral health comparison to non-disabled. Dentistry, quite simply, is extremely expensive, especially when you come into treatment plans that provide complete oral rehabilitations with things like implants, implant-supported devices, etc. This particular issue was very specifically pointed out in yesterday's CBC Saskatchewan news article about a farmer who lost both arms in 1975 and very recently wound up having to go to Mexico to have his oral rehabilitation completed when we have very, very skilled providers in Canada, but the costs were prohibitive. There's certainly insufficient number of hospitals offering general anesthesia facilities to deal with oral health care. Certainly one of the major issues is that we have insufficient number of trained individuals, as was reported in the review. Unfortunately, that still exists today. They point out undergraduate, postgraduate, and Canadian education programs provide inadequate didactic and clinical training. There's very limited regulation and oversight regarding access to timely oral care. And certainly there's a profound need for further research in this area. Next slide, please. This is a bit of a busy slide, but I wanted to summarize it quickly as far as the recommendations. The one that I found most significant is the one regarding the fact that oral health is an integral part of overall health. We can no longer tolerate the separation between medicine and dentistry. Oral health, as we all know, has a strong impact on total health. And if we can have a positive effect by providing sound oral health care, we can affect a change in overall health, which may in fact have an impact on the financial costs of providing care. The rest of the items certainly follow a lockstep with this notion. I think one thing that is critical is we have to start looking at people with disabilities as individuals that have their unique needs and challenges rather than billable procedures. Now, to address one of the other issues that certainly we can focus on with regard to speaking to you today is the fact that expanded education for all healthcare providers to address complexity of care for people living with disabilities needs to be improved. This will require hands-on training and exposure. Certainly collaborative and interdisciplinary care is required, and again, research is necessary to determine what our needs and outcomes are moving forward. Next slide, please. This particular article, published a little over 3 weeks ago, was a scoping study that included over 11,000 papers that was pared down to 187 relevant articles and came up with a very simple conclusion. Next slide, please. That conclusion being that people with disabilities face considerable barriers when accessing the health care. And I've included the comment on top of this slide that you cannot separate oral health care from overall health. Dental care is healthcare. It defines taking care of people and their oral health care needs. Now, they did point out there's increasing evidence of interventions targeting equitable access, but they remain too few and sparse to meet the population's needs. We need systemic changes and action-oriented strategies to promote health equity for people with disabilities. Next slide, please. So where do we start looking when we address some of the issues that we face? I've isolated 3 primary barriers that speak to what we could talk about with regard to what we're dealing with and you folks as the RCDSO Council. We know from a patient perspective, there are not enough providers. We know from a provider situation, they lack the soft skills by their own admission. In having discussions with many of my colleagues, one of the most common responses is, I don't have the training. Another response, unfortunately, is, I don't have the time. People are very busy looking after other issues relative to oral health care. Certainly the 3 C's that we all recognize as part of being of service to others include competence, confidence, and comfort. And I will submit, looking after people with disabilities is not in everybody's comfort zone. And we get that, and so be it. That's just one of the things that we have to accept. The other C that I've included for your consideration is compassion. And we do know from scientific research that when compassion is introduced in looking after others that have healthcare needs, it does 2 things. It in fact improves the outcome when the patient sees that there's an element of compassion in looking after their needs. And secondly, there's an element of personal reward by the provider with regard to offering their services. The systemic barriers, as you can see on your screen, include insufficient funding, which we now know is in the hands of the federal government. Unfortunately, we're not entirely clear on what the next rollout will look like. We know there are insufficient treatment facilities, which both include freestanding structures such as public health dental clinics and hospital-based dental clinics and the previously mentioned dental ORs available. Further, the oral health, total health connection, we are still lacking collaborative care among our professions. We need to open these doors in order to be able to reasonably determine what the overall healthcare needs are of the people we serve. And then societal attitudes. There was a comment made not that long ago by former figure skater Scott Hamilton, who said the only disability in life is a bad attitude. Well, I'm going to submit to you that that is not entirely accurate. Stella Young, an advocate for disability who unfortunately passed away in 2014, she had significant mobility issues, and she's quite honestly stated that there's no amount of smiling at a staircase that's going to turn it into a ramp for me. So we'll leave it at that. Now, having said all of that, of course, with regard to the information required, we need to do research. The only way we're going to have data that we can work with, the only way we're going to understand what the current problems are and how we're going to try and achieve them, and if the strategies we use present outcomes that are appropriate, then so be it. That's what we need to do. Next slide, please. So in developing our review or our discussion for today, it was necessary to see the purpose of the RCDSO. One element that I was interested in was the fact that setting the education qualifications necessary to become a registered professional. In his webinar presented to the ACD Ontario chapter about a week ago, Dr. Greg Anderson very elegantly articulated what it means to be a professional. He also quoted Deborah Stimus, former CDA president in 2008, who was quoted as saying, being a professional is a way of life, not just a way of making a living. Next slide, please. Further, it's also important if we're going to discuss this issue relating access to care, we need to review what the RCD does for dentistry. And one of the issues Joan is going to speak to regarding standard and guidelines. So go ahead, Joan, please.
Thank you. The issue for me is that Ontario should, I think, continue its leadership in this area, but I think you have to look closely at what you are doing and saying with regard to persons with disabilities. For example, well, your college has its own accessibility standard, which is required for any organization over 20 persons in Ontario. Most of the individuals, most of the registrants you work on behalf of, regulate, they are small clinics. There is no requirement for them to necessarily file accessibility standards and guidelines, but there's no requirement from you to ensure that they understand what accessibility means. There's no definition of it in your website. Perhaps it's a good idea for you to consider developing standard and guideline to say this is what we consider is important. Another issue, which goes to the topic of education, you know, if people are required to have competence to treat every member of society in order to be registered, if that kind of competence is part of registration, a necessity, well, then the faculties of dentistry will, of course, ensure it's taught, because it will be an obligation for dentists to be able to show it. And so you can, through your regulatory power, ensure that you create greater access, and certainly at least ensure your own comfort that there is accessibility throughout the province by changing some of your practice advisories, guidelines, I would say standards. So I will speak separately later to the issue of dental anesthesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. If we could have the next slide, please. Thank you. And I am mindful of the hour. So basically, this has introduced the strategic plan that the RCDSO has put forward. And for our purposes, we're going to address simply access to care. So if I could have the next slide, please. In this one, I'm quite encouraged by what I see with regard to the goal of improving equitable access to oral health care in Ontario. I think given the last word in this particular item, including patients, we have to believe that this will be totally inclusive, including all people living in Ontario. With regard to the context, I found this a little bit interesting with regard to what was said by Public Health Ontario with regard to significant equities, and the fact that disability was not included in their list, and yet we know that medical complexities will have an impact on patient health outcomes on top of every one of the other cohorts that they identified. So I think it's necessary that disability be included in this, and I'm not sure where to actually proceed to or who to talk to make sure this is the case. And if Public Health Ontario was remiss in providing this information, I think they need to change what they're saying. With regard to the approach, I'm very pleased again to see what the college has considered as far as a four-pronged approach, including data, which speaks to research, education, certainly which I feel is one of the primary drivers to affect the paradigm change or shift, if you will, information sharing, collaboration, which we see that in your planning would include speaking to patients, and certainly along with the phrase of nothing about us without us would suggest that perhaps people with disabilities should be included in this discussion. And seeing enhanced current continuing education, again, is for me a very positive step moving forward. Next slide, please. So what is it that the CSDH has been doing? Well, we've been collaborating with the organization you see. We've been speaking through our advocacy committee to the federal government and all the other organizations, and I listed the RCDSO here because of what we're doing today. Research, we've participated in earlier this year in a presentation to the CIHR. Unfortunately, the information we provided in roundtable discussions did not make it to the final report. With regard to education, we presented a document that's been published called The Intersection of the IADH, Undergraduate Curriculum in Special Care Dentistry, and the Association of Canadian Faculties of Dentistry Competencies Framework. The Academic Affairs Committee report that came out of this, unfortunately, did not accurately reflect what it is we were trying to indicate. Similarly, the strategic plan that came out of this particular meeting unfortunately did not address a single item relating to improving access to all health care for people living with disability. And I feel this has to change. Next slide, please. So what are the primary issues? Certainly education. We feel licensure of truly qualified Canadian international graduates is important. Continuing education has been pointed out in your strategic plan. We see on the horizon consideration of maybe improving the quality as far as content for residencies that would speak to people with disabilities, consideration for graduate programs in special care dentistry. Research is essential. It basically does not exist in Canada when it comes to dealing with people with disabilities. The collaboration that we see identified in your strategic plan, I think, is very, very vital to moving forward to understanding the issues that people with disabilities face with regard to access to oral health care. And certainly in this case, access to general anesthesia facilities through approval of dental anesthesia as a specialty by all provinces and territories. And I'll let Joan speak to that one more time, please.
So once again, thank you. Ontario's been a leader in the area of general anesthesia. For no little thanks owed to Daniel Hawes. Dr. Hawes was a guiding light. But however, the rest of the provinces have been extraordinarily slow to catch up under Registrar Faulkner's management of CDRAF as chair. Last year, finally, the other provinces agreed that it should be approved as a specialty across the country. But according to the last CDRAF minutes from October meeting, there has been not a single other province in the country who's actually taken a step to implement it. And so it is a problem with governance at a federal level that there is a hope to be integrated across the country, but no obligation for the provinces to collaborate and actually implement decisions made. So I hope that notwithstanding Registrar Faulkner is no longer the chair of CDRAF, that he will encourage greater work on this by the rest of the country. But from the point of view of Ontario, there is, of course, now a bit of a standalone position regarding the combination of dental anesthesiology and treatment. And as a board, it is your obligation to actually review and consider whether or not the practice ensures best practices for safety and patient care. I, of course, want to encourage greater access to general anesthesia, but we should, across the country, as it is becoming approved from coast to coast, we ensure that the regulators across Canada have agreed on what constitutes best practice for dental anesthesia. And I hope you will look at that as a board and look at it from a worldwide perspective and take best practices, and of course encourage further adoption and encourage greater access in the hospital systems and in specialized facilities, but to do so using best practices. So thank you. Next slide.
Thanks. And there's one more issue that I want to draw your attention to very quickly. If we could have the next slide. Thank you. What we see here is a bit of a conundrum for me. The previous one, please. Yeah. So what we have here is that the Ministry of Health Long-Term Care has recognized dentistry as one of the professional regulated professions. And yet the Ministry of Community and Social Services, where public health funding for oral health care exists, has not identified as dentists being a qualified professional to be able to diagnose a disability or impairment. And I'm going to submit to you on a bit of a selfish level that after 46 plus years as a pediatric dentist who dealt with people with disabilities basically from cradle to grave, I'm a bit miffed that the government doesn't see me as being qualified to make this diagnosis. That's basically for your information. So if we could have the final slide, please. So where does that leave us? How can the Royal College of Dental Surgeons of Ontario participate in facilitating change to make a real difference in access to oral health care for people with disabilities? We know we need current modification of the curriculum, and I say modification with all due respect. We're hoping by what we see in the strategic plan, this will move forward. We want to ensure new graduates are appropriately trained and show competency how to deal with people with disabilities. And perhaps it's time to make dental curriculum's competencies, including those that we need to be included for people living with disabilities, make them mandatory the way they are in the United States. That all licensed oral healthcare providers in Ontario be mandated to take necessary 401 courses on dealing with people with disabilities. Now, the last two items obviously speak to the issue of risk that Dan alluded to earlier, and I totally respect that, and I can certainly see some pushback happening here. Perhaps support the creation of a specialty for dealing with people with disability, because currently in North America, this does not exist. There is no specialty for people with disabilities. Encourage increase of hospital-based residents to treat people with disabilities. Encourage remaining regulators to recognize, as Joan has pointed out, dental anesthesia as a specialty across Canada. Promote development of CE courses, which we've seen on the horizon in your strategic plan, and I applaud you for that. Support the need for more research, because certainly the amount available today does not even remotely come close to meeting the needs for what is being proposed. Survey licensed members who might indicate an interest in dealing with people with disabilities. Again, this could be a challenge. And dentistry be identified as a qualified professional to verify a disability in Ontario. And with that, I thank you all. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. All right. So with the few minutes we have left, all two of them, we'll take any questions you might have. I do want to point out our society and every member on it, our board of director and chair, is available not only for questions you may have once we're offline next week, wherever, once you review the PDF, if you have further, and certainly we would be available for anything that the colleges feels that we could offer as a resource. So with that, we'll take any questions you folks might have.
Thank you very much for that. Rod, I see your hand up.
You're muted, Rod.
Yeah, Dr. Plotsky, thank you. Excellent presentation. Somewhat close to my heart as well. One of my family members is a quadriplegic. For years, we've fought on his behalf for higher accessibility for him on a variety of fronts. I understand the frustration. My question is regarding AOTA, the Accessibility of Ontarians for Disabilities Act, which has in it healthcare standards, although I agree not really well defined. But my question is, to what extent is this issue an enforcement issue of law that is already there, that is not being enforced, and maybe expanded more to accommodate it?
Well, there is the issue, of course. Sorry, Joan, I'll introduce and you can speak. The issue of the Canada Health Act and what constitutes healthcare versus dental care. And unfortunately, because we have 10 provinces in the territory, everybody has their own vision of this. But I'll let Joan speak to it because she's very familiar with this particular topic.
Well, the issue in Ontario, to my mind, is that while oral health practices, the clinics in general, are of course subject to accessibility standards, there's no audit from you to ensure that there is really accessibility, and it's not defined by the college, and perhaps it should be. It's one thing for the government to set out broadly these discussions around broadly having understanding and methods for communication. Is it satisfactory, for example, for people simply to have a big enough door that a wheelchair can go through? Or is that sufficient? And I think it's something that college should look at, is how you monitor that the registrants that you're responsible for ensure that they actually have met accessibility standards or even familiar with them. There's very little either through here or through ODA for that matter to ensure that oral health care is accessible.
Just a corollary, is there possibility of I guess, lobbying the government for more auditability or enforcement?
I think the college has the powers currently, but perhaps Dr. Faulkner Registrar Faulkner could speak to that. But it's simply an expectation. I realize probably you make the assumption that everyone's following laws, but I think as a former regulator myself and as a person who was involved greatly in advising companies on compliance, you'd be amazed how many people out there in companies are simply unaware of the laws that affect them. And so if you don't make sure that you have your own standard of what you're expecting, if you really want to deal with access to care, you have to know that your registrants are hearing it from you.
Dan, did you want to speak to that?
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I know we have limited time, but I mean, I think the short answer is if the college sets out standards that we are within our purview to set out, we have the expectation then that they will be implemented and can put into place different ways to ensure that. So there are powers obviously within our HPA to do a lot of what Joan and Olaf have talked about. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think there's more to discuss on this for sure.
Okay, thank you for that, Dan. And Robin, you're the last person on my speakers list.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So first of all, I just wanted to, of course, that's when my phone rings. First of all, I just wanted to say hello to Dr. Plotsky and thank you for the presentation. I think it was excellent. It's been a long time since I've seen you, but many decades ago when I was in Western, I'm pretty sure that you were teaching on this, or at least I believe I'm 90% sure I toured an office of yours or a facility when I was setting up my practice. I'm one of the rare that comes right out of school and builds a practice from scratch. And I was touring facilities that you were in at the time and had met you at the time to make sure that my office does meet those standards. So it's nice to see you again. And it's nice to see we're still plotting for this stuff, but it is sad how not far it has come along in not just dentistry, everywhere. When I was at Western, I think I took an interest because I do have a family member there that's in a wheelchair for life. It was unfortunately since passed away, but when I was at dental school, I spent a lot of time in their household and with her and going places with her. So I really got a bird's eye view. And then it's funny because time passes, I'm busy with family and running around and running my business. And now I have a different scenario because it's just aging and the elderly. So definitely not the same scenario, but I am in the scenario where you're still trying to get into facilities. And I'm amazed even at restaurants that can run with stairs going up into them. We were at one recently. I won't say where, so I don't pin them down, but it was a keg of all things. And I couldn't get her to the bathroom. And there was no bathroom that she could access. So we actually had to leave the restaurant, go down the road to a Tim's, use the bathroom. We were meeting family at the restaurant. We had to go back. And I was like, wow. So I do support this campaign, and I think you spoke very well. And I am really sad in a lot of respects to see how slow it is and that we're still this many years later, I think, discussing the same things. I feel like I had education in it when I was at Western. I don't know if that's still part of the curriculum. It's obviously been a long time, but I certainly remember you, Dr. Plotsky. So I think you had an impact at me then. So if it can be in the curriculum now, I would support it. Just one last quick thing. I'm trying to be cognizant of time, but there is a recent incident in again, another family member of mine who's quadriplegic since he's a teenager, and he actually drives a vehicle that I think there's some AI involved, but he went just recently, honestly, within the last 2 months, to a Toronto hospital. I won't say which one. He went in for a consultation. He needs some major dental work done that can only be done in the hospital because of, I believe, respiratory issues with him. But also he needs, and pardon me, I forget the name of the lift from his chair to the dental chair to do this kind of work that's mostly present at the hospitals. So he went to this facility that's for dentistry in hospital. He got into the parking lot. He goes through it's quite an ordeal for him to park his vehicle, get out of his vehicle, into his wheelchair. He does this by himself. There's lifts in the vehicle. He gets into the building. He went in, had his consult with the specialist, explained the need for the lift. They could see the need for the lift. They booked him for an appointment, and I think it was a 2 or 3 month wait to get in. He called them ahead and reminded them to make sure that the lift was in use, everything was ready for this appointment, because he does travel in from Pickering area to downtown Toronto for this. So again, he does a whole procedure on the day of the appointment. And he goes in, and I don't know what happened. There was a misunderstanding in the parking lot with him using a wheelchair spot. So that started off badly. And again, this is in a hospital parking lot. And then it involved him getting back into his vehicle, moving his vehicle, and then getting back out again. And then he got up, and I guess the first time he was there, somebody must have come out when he went in, but he went to go into the office. He got stuck outside having to knock on the door because the doorknob isn't a lever, it's a knob, and he can't work the knob. And then he got in there and he went through all of this, and they weren't prepared and couldn't use the lift and couldn't treat him. So it's actually 2 months later now, and I believe he still hasn't had treatment anywhere.
It's these kind of stories that you hear constantly, and it's unfortunate that stories like this don't make the press, much like the one that was in Saskatchewan, because you had a reporter that was in. But these stories speak to the need for change, a basic fundamental need on how we deal with people with disabilities in our society, much less oral health care. So I will leave it with you. I know you folks have a ton of work to do, and again, I totally appreciate the time and the opportunity. And we are here for you should you need us in any way as far as resources, further information, consultation, whatever you think necessary. So again, thank you very much.
I know, Doctor, I'd just like to add one thing. I know Dr. Chopra has a question, or Mr. Chopra has a question, but I want to say for all of you who might believe, because I've heard it over and over again from dentists in my community in British Columbia, that they assume that when they send persons with disabilities to hospital on the grounds that they either don't have the skill, the equipment, the facility to treat persons with disabilities in community, their assumption that the hospitals are fit, ready, able to provide the essential care and high quality care, it has been, certainly in my community, a serious error. You're very lucky if you find expertise in the hospital. Often it's just the opposite. They'll be very young, new residents. And so you don't always get the care you need. We count on it, and wrongly so. So that's something for college members. Sorry to take your time for your question, Mr. Chopra.
Thank you. And Ram, I'm giving you 30 seconds to ask your question.
Very quickly, my comment. You know, the AODA in Ontario is going to be coming in effect in 2025. And they are currently in process of developing standards, health standards. So it's the right time to get involved into this process. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Dan, can I turn it over to you to thank our speakers, please?
Yes, thank you, Hanno. And Joan, Olaf, and Paul, thank you very much for being here. You've certainly opened my eyes, and I know council members' eyes, to a number of the challenges that are faced by some of the most marginalized individuals in our society. I really appreciate that you've provided this overview for us. We've been trying to engage with our council on a number of aspects that relate to access to care. As you all know, it's a very complex issue, and there are many access challenges faced by many people that are diverse from each other, and also not necessarily related to some of the issues that we've heard about that relate to whether it's a government-sponsored program fee schedule. It certainly goes way beyond those issues. And so really appreciate you coming and talking to us. There's obviously more for us to talk about, and you've given us some challenges that we will certainly look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you all again. Council, we are going to move on to our next item for discussion in regard to the Strategic Plan 2023 to 2025. This report, as you recall, is a regular feature of council meetings. It will provide council with a summary of projects and a status report containing highlights of ongoing projects. The materials for this item are on pages 252 to 297 of your meeting package. The first two items, general update and access to care, are for your information. The third item, practice models and corporate dentistry, is for discussion. I will ask Deputy Registrar Andrea Foti to walk council through the general update and access to care. Then Andrea will introduce the project lead for the practice models. This is the first time we will dive into the content for this strategic plan project. So Andrea, and
thank you, Hannah.
Turn it over to you, please.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to sort of use my time judiciously. What I'm going to propose to do is just briefly point you to, firstly, the strategic plan report. As Hannah said, you have that in your package. It starts at page 252. Just as we've been providing you throughout this year, the content that is brand new is in the charts. And that starts at the bottom of page 253. And what you've got there, I'm not going to read it out for you. What you've got there in that chart, as you can see, is a bit of anchoring information about the project description, the pillar to which the project relates. What's really changed is that far right-hand column, the updates since September Council. And at that column, just as it sounds, we're trying to give you a picture of the movement that we've seen with these each of these projects since your last meeting, so that we're not repeating information for you. We're really trying to bring you something fresh. Okay, so I'm not going to propose to take you through it. You've got the information there. What I will do, because I do want to allow the bulk of the time for our project lead, Denny Ogarindi, on the practice models project. What I will do, just given the wonderful presentation we've just had, I will point you ever so briefly to the next information item, which is the access to care note. This has been put together by our project lead, Michelle Cabrera-Gali. It's a comprehensive overview of everything that's been achieved. And you can see, I may sort of take you to page 276 of your package. Under the heading of current status, you can see that Michelle has really set out a comprehensive chart of the work that has been undertaken on the strategic project. I want to just remind Council, this is just the work that's been undertaken over the past year. Access to care is a strategic project, as has been stated several times, that will span the duration of our strategic plan and most likely beyond. This is not work that is ever completely done. There is always things that we could be working on. But what's here across several areas of focus is, work that we've really been able to make some movement on this year. So in the areas of data, we've done some good work here in terms of collecting information on annual renewal. We are exploring other data partnerships, and that will entail our data scientist, Eric Dessa. Under the heading of information sharing and education, there's a lot here. We're really proud of a lot of the things that we've been able to accomplish, and that has been with the support of both the Patient Relations Committee, chaired by Vivian Hu, and the Quality Assurance Committee, chaired by Nancy DeSanto. And you can see, just to name a few things, really great updated information and resources for the public, including a focus on low-cost specialized clinics. We are developing a really interesting interactive map. We're not quite ready with that, I don't believe just yet, but it will allow individuals to search on available clinics by their location so that they can get a sense of what's in their area. Another thing I'll highlight in this category, and I'm not, of course, covering everything here, but another highlight will be something that this council has talked about for some time and that our Patient Relations Committee has certainly championed. And it is offering CE points for different activities associated with enhancing access to care. So this is a way to offer some incentive, some inspiration for individuals to get involved in mentoring, coaching, and teaching for access to care related activities. So it's a way of the college really explicitly offering our support. There you can see, I'm now looking at page 278, the list of things that we've been digging in on in terms of education in particular continues. So, and more to come. Certainly, I can tell you that when we were anticipating the presentation from Dr. Plosky and Ms. Rush, we already started some discussions internally about jumping off points and how we might be able to really explore educational opportunities and other engagements. So the wheels are certainly turning. Last but not least, what I maybe will touch on is page 279. You can see here, and Dan alluded to it earlier, professional expectations has been a domain and an area of focus for this project that we've talked about from the beginning. This harkens back to Council's brainstorming session a year ago, December 2022. And you can see here some really important work that we're planning to do and kick off in 2024 to think about what are the professionalism duties and principles associated with the profession of dentistry. And there are anchor points, of course, in a whole host of different access to care elements. So, and rounding that out, absolutely, there's a plan for collaboration and engagement. So lots of great work, hopefully you agree, happening in this project, a lot more in store. We're just getting started. This is our first year of a 3-year project, and we're in the very capable hands of Michelle Cabrera-Gali. So I will, again, in the interest of time, I want to make sure you have the bulk of the time with Denny, because as Hanno said, this is your first opportunity. You've received updates on the practice models and corporate dentistry project to date. It's been included in every single strategic plan report we've given you, but this is the first opportunity you've had to get an in-depth look at what's been going on behind the scenes. So, Hanno, if it's okay with that, I may just turn to Denny. It's my pleasure to introduce to you today Denny Ugarindi. Denny is one of the newer members of our policy team, and she has hit the ground running. She has taken over the lead, project manager lead for the practice models in corporate dentistry project under our strategic plan. She has put together for you a comprehensive briefing note that you can find at page 281 of your package. In a moment, I'm going to turn it right over to Denny. She's got a deck prepared that she will take you through to update you on the work, and then she's got some questions, and this item, as Hanno said, is for your discussion, so you have a chance to ask Denny questions. Both Dan and I are project sponsors of this project, so certainly we're here to support Denny if she needs any assistance in answering bigger picture questions. But with that, Denny, I don't see you on my screen, but okay, I'm seeing you're sharing your slides. Over to you, Denny, and thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Andrea. Let me just share. Can everyone see my screen all right? Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much, Andrea. So today, as previously mentioned, I'm going to be providing you with an update on the Practice Models in Corporate Dentistry strategic project, and there will be some time for discussion after I go through an initial presentation. As mentioned, you would have seen some updates to this project through the strategic project general update and the corresponding dashboard report, either through this council meeting and its set of materials or previously, but this will be the first time we're providing you with a more comprehensive update on the project and a chance for discussion. Before I move into the slides, I do want to give a bit of a shout out to Michelle Cabrero Gali. She was the project manager on this project before I started, and she's done a lot of the work that I'll be presenting today. So in terms of an agenda, the first half of this item will be an overview that I'll be providing on the project. So its background, a status update, and next steps. And as Andrea mentioned, you can find this on page 281 of the briefing package. The third item will be an overview that I'm providing of work completed to date. So these are abbreviated summaries that you can find in the 2 appendices to the briefing note. And then the second half of this item will really be a discussion. There's a few questions in the briefing note that will also be put up on screen. But of course, we're happy to take back any comments, questions, or feedback that you have more generally on the project. So for context, the Practice Models in Corporate Dentistry strategic project, which you might hear me referring to as PMCD for short, was identified as a 3-year strategic project under the Emerging Issues pillar of the 2023-25 strategic plan. So this is a 3-year project, and we're about 1 year through the project so far. This project will do a few different things. We will explore various dental practice models, including corporate ownership models, and I'll talk a little bit about what those are in a second. We'll be identifying issues and opportunities related to dental practice models, so including any potential impacts to things like quality of care. And we'll also be looking to identify and implement potential options for the college to address issues and capitalize on opportunities related to these practice models. Now, a key point that I want to point out here is the vision for success for this project, and that's really to ensure that the college effectively regulates the practice of dentistry in the public interest. It's important that dental care is delivered consistently in all practice models, and that effective regulatory oversight of members operating in these models is provided by the college. So, as you may or may not be aware, dentists work in a variety of types of practice models. A dentist may be an owner of a clinic, or they may simply work there as an independent contractor or an employee. And when you hone in on the ownership models that are available to dentists, there's quite a few. A dentist may own and operate one clinic on their own, or multiple dentists may own and operate one clinic, or you may see multiple dentists owning and operating one or multiple clinics. One particular clinic or model type that I'd like to highlight here is a corporate dental clinic. Now, the corporatization of dentistry more generally is a trend whereby a corporation that's either partly or wholly owned by a single dentist or multiple dentists may acquire, own, and manage multiple dental practices. Now, I'll note that typically in these models, what you see is a separation of the business activities of the practice and the actual practice of dentistry. And typically you'll see the business activities being managed by a third party. I'll talk a little bit more about this model as we get into Appendix B. Now, in terms of the rationale for this project, questions and concerns regarding the corporatization of dentistry have been raised by interested parties. So, for example, dentists and strategic plan consultation respondents. Additionally, media outlets have reported an increase in the number of practices that are owned by dental corporations, both in Ontario and across Canada in recent years. So if I can direct your attention to the figure on the left-hand side here, this is just to capture the variety of internal and external stakeholders that were consulted in the development of the 2023-25 strategic plan. And in terms of concerns that were raised through this consultation, we heard some concerns related to conflict of interest. So there may be some conflicts, either real or perceived, between the business interests of a corporation and the quality of healthcare that's provided by a dentist operating in this model. On the right-hand side here, I have a figure that I've pulled from an article. The article is a little bit older now, it's from 2020, but I wanted to provide this as I think it is a good example of some of the scale of acquisitions that you're seeing taking place. So the clinic or the corporation that's captured by this article, I believe they started with 70 clinics in 2017. In 2019, they raised about $425 million in financing. And from that point forward, they were looking to acquire about 35 to 45 clinics per year. As of yesterday, I checked their website. They indicate that they own about 425 practices at the moment. So this kind of gives you a bit of a sense of the pace and the scale of these acquisitions, where they're taking place. Now, moving a little bit away from the context, I'm going to be providing an update now on the status of the project and some of our next steps. And I'll be doing this in 3 phases because there are 3 phases to the project. So phase 1 is where we're at right now, and this is the information gathering stage. So we're currently gathering information to better understand how practice models are regulated, so in Ontario and other jurisdictions, what type of practice models exist and how do they work, as well as any impacts of practice models on the practice of dentistry. So the research completed to date that will be discussed today are the RCDSO research summary and the list of practice models. The other 3 deliverables that comprise this phase, so the literature review, jurisdictional review, and consultation summary, we'll share those with you once they're complete, and we anticipate this happening in early 2024. Now, moving on to phase 2, we'll be looking more at analysis and options development. So this phase will involve reviewing the previously gathered information through phase 1 and any additional research is needed, in addition to analyzing college data. And what the college data will allow us to do is gain a better sense of the types of practice models in which Ontario dentists appear to be practicing. Collectively, what this work will do, it will allow us to better understand the types of issues and opportunities that we see in practice models, including corporate dentistry, and how those present for both patients and dentists. Abbreviated summaries of a research summary on issues and a research summary of opportunities will be shared with you once completed, but we'll also be preparing a report, and that report will summarize a lot of the findings from the first 2 phases, most notably options for council to consider. And we anticipate completing these deliverables by mid-2024. Now, the final phase here is the decision-making and implementation phase, and I'll note that this phase is the least scoped out of the 3, and you'll understand why in a moment. So this phase involves seeking council direction on proposed options for both addressing issues and capitalizing on opportunities associated with various practice models, including corporate dentistry. What we will do once we've obtained that direction is take that back, develop a work plan to implement council's direction. So we anticipate this kind of happening around mid to late 2024, which will give us a little bit over a year of the project's term to really implement the direction that we receive. So that's it really for the overview of the project. I'm going to move now into the first of the 2 abbreviated summaries, which is the RCDSO abbreviated summary. And this particular appendix, if you'd like to follow along, can be found starting on page 287. So what we wanted to do with this project was gain a better understanding of the college's approach to regulation, to kind of have that all summarized to provide a bit of foundation for this work. But we also wanted to understand more specifically, what are the existing obligations and guidelines that relate to practice models in corporate dentistry. I won't spend too much time on the first part of this work, which was summarizing the college's approach to regulation. I think at a high level, the college is really driven by 3 key directions. So it's mandate, the strategic commitments, so things like doing evidence-informed and risk-based policy work, and finally, obviously, the strategic plan. So this project, as part of the strategic plan under the emerging issues pillar, will help the college respond to this topic as an emerging issue. But as I previously mentioned, outcomes or findings from this project and the implementation of potential policy options will help the college better regulate the practice of dentistry in Ontario in the public interest. For our second area of this project, what we wanted to do was get a sense of the core regulatory areas, functions, and programs at the college. And this is important because issues and opportunities related to practice models in corporate dentistry really will have to be evaluated through the lens of each of these key areas. So there's 8 that I have up here on the right side of the screen. And this will be something that's really important for the options development phase. The third component here is really just something to keep in mind as I'm working through the project. Obviously, there are kind of more broad regulatory issues and initiatives that are ongoing at the college. You've heard about some of those today. And so me as the project manager, what I'll be doing is working to ensure that there's no misalignment between the options that are being developed to respond to PMCD and ongoing regulatory initiatives. So one you may have heard of before is the standards modernization work, for example. So we want to make sure there's good alignment between what this project is hoping to do and other work that's already underway at the college. The fourth piece I would say is probably one of the most important pieces of this particular deliverable. We really wanted to understand what are some of the existing obligations and guidelines that relate to practice models in corporate dentistry, as this will help us to identify and develop options kind of as part of phase 2 of this work to address issues and capitalize on opportunities. This particular figure, you can see it's pulled directly from Appendix A, and hopefully you can get a sense of the variety of the types of resources that are implicated, from legislation and regulation to standards, guidelines, dispatch articles, etc. And there's a variety of key themes that are implicated as well, some of which are ownership, practice arrangements with other dentists, business arrangements with non-dentists, etc. So this will be a key part, again, of the options development work that we'll be doing. The final component of this particular deliverable is a data piece, which I haven't spoken too much about yet. So as part of the 2023 annual renewal questionnaire, there were 5 questions that were asked of members regarding practice ownership. And I have 3 of them here as an example today. Reviewing this data, not only for 2023, but some kind of additional and more refined questions for 2024, will help provide insight for the college into the types of practice models in which Ontario dentists tend to work. And this will help us evaluate things like if there are risks, the extent to which we expect those risks to materialize, for example. So question 1, as an example, so this question was looking to ask respondents if they own their clinic effectively, the primary clinic, around which 51% indicated that they do. Whether a dentist, we also asked if they worked at a professional dental corporation or network. We received a 23% response indicating that they do. And then question 4 is really interesting in terms of providing insight into the settings in which dentists may be working, of which I think you can glean from the findings here that about 92% of dentists indicate they work in a private dental clinic. So just to give us a bit of a sense of where dentists are distributed and the variety of settings in which they could work. Now, that covers everything for this particular deliverable. So on the next slide, I'm going to be moving on to Appendix B, which is the list of practice models abbreviated summary. And this can be found on page 293 of the meeting materials package. So what we identified through this work were 7 high-level practice model types that I'll be walking through sequentially. I'll note that there are a series of subtypes that have also been identified corresponding to each of those models. And so I'll be touching on those mostly verbally as we go through. Identifying what types of model types exist is really helpful for us in terms of having a framework to better understand where certain issues and opportunities are materializing that tend to be associated with different model types. So for starters, the first option that we identified, or the model rather, is a private dental clinic. So here what you will typically see is a single dentist or 2 or more dentists owning and operating one practice. Now, a practice could be owned via a health professional corporation, which is an incorporated entity, or it could be owned via an unincorporated entity. So if there's one dentist that owns a clinic in this way, it would be considered sole proprietorship. If it's 2 or more dentists, that would be considered a partnership. The fourth subtype here is really more of a cost-sharing model. So you may see 2 dentists owning separate practices, working in one facility, and they share costs. So maybe related to administrative staff and equipment, for example. The second model I won't spend a lot of time on. It's very similar to the first, except in this case, what you're seeing is a single dentist or 2 or more dentists that may own and operate more than one practice. The third model is this corporate dental clinic model that I explained a little bit at the beginning of the presentation. What you tend to see here are networks of dental clinics that are aligned or affiliated or maybe even owned by a central management organization. And a key part here is that you have third-party management. So you have a third party that's coming in. They typically, as I mentioned, are responsible for the business activities associated with the practice. So maybe ordering of supplies, marketing, HR, things of that nature. I'll note that when it comes to things like ownership and operation of these clinics, there can be quite a wide variety of the nature of the agreements between the third-party management company and the dental clinics. In some cases, you will see ownership of the physical assets of the practice. I would say that's probably more common. And in some cases, what you'll also see is some ownership of shares of the practice that was originally owned by the dentist. I'll note that these you may hear also being referred to as dental services organizations, dental management service organizations, or franchises. Now, the next two model types here, I have combined them for the purpose of this slide, but you'll note that they are separated in the appendix. Hopefully that becomes a bit more clear once I start talking through it. But in this particular case, so if you have an associated member, what you may see is a dentist working for either one or more private or corporate dental clinics or for government-funded organizations, so nonprofit entities. So for example, a public health unit, you may even see these in a military setting, a hospital, a university, a community health clinic. Those are just some examples or subtypes in this model. The key differentiating factor here is that you may see a dentist working as an independent contractor or employee. And there's really two, I would say, key differences between these two models. One is with respect to remittance requirements to the CRA. So if you are an independent contractor, you would be responsible for remitting, income taxes, CPP, and EI contributions to the CRA in a way that as an employee, you would not be responsible for. Typically, you also see independent contractors have more control over the services they're providing and the way in which they choose to work. And they, in that model, will be engaging in fee splitting or income splitting, typically with whoever they're in a contractual agreement with, whereas an employee will typically just be receiving a salary. The direct-to-consumer model is where dentists provide services directly to consumers. So dentists in this model may be employees or independent contractors. One point I'll note is that, dentists can provide things like teeth whitening kits and aligners. For aligners, dentists would be involved in assessing and monitoring patients remotely for the most part, but they generally don't interact with patients. And then the final model that we have here is non-clinical settings. So in these settings, or these would be the subtypes in this case, dentists would not be providing clinical care, but they would still be acting in their capacity as registrants of the profession. So some of these settings include government, agencies, so maybe they're working in kind of an advisory context, a research environment, so a wet lab, for example, education, industry, or even an entity like the college itself. So that covers really the gamut of practice models that we identified, and that covers the first part of this presentation. So I'm going to move now into the discussion portion. So I'm happy to start with question 1, if that kind of works, and then we can kind of move through the list. But also if you have any other questions on what I presented, feel free to ask those. So question 1 is, are there any key takeaways related to the college's work in addition to those described in Appendix A that I myself as the project manager should be mindful of as I work on this strategic project? And to support this, I'll just go back to that, that summary slide for Appendix A.
So I see Nalan, your hand is up, so I'm going to start with you, please.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. Thanks, Danny. I just have a question. Where does the ownership model where shares are listed on a public exchange, where does that fit in?
So I think for the purposes of our table, we didn't really differentiate between like a clinic that's owned like privately or publicly. I think that can happen within the context of a corporate dental clinic, and we've kind of lumped that in as kind of just different ways that that one model can happen.
Okay.
Jamie.
Thank you. And well done, Denny. Nalan, you pretty much asked my question, but I'm going to go slightly further with that. Has there been any history or evidence of any corporate dentistry operation, whether it be public or private, having financial issues?
Yes, so I would say more recently, there's a couple of public entities that I've seen so far, and this research is still ongoing, that have run into some financial issues. I believe what we've seen, I think in March, there was an article that came out about Dental Core as one of the corporate dental clinics, where they had started to divest some of the practices that they found were less profitable from their perspective. And I believe Smile Direct Club, there was an article that came out maybe earlier this summer, where they had indicated that they had filed for bankruptcy. So that's also a kind of a corporate structure that would fall under our direct-to-consumer model. So I think more recently we are starting to see some of these entities run into some financial issues.
And a corollary to that, does the college wish to
provide more information to dentists regarding financial health and strength going forward in any decisions that they may be making going forward, individual dental practices?
I can start off and then maybe I'll pass it off to Dan and Andrea if I've missed anything. I think from our perspective, the college regulates members, not business models or practice models. I think what we want to, our main focus will be to make sure that the care that is provided by dentists, irrespective of model type, is high quality care. So that's where I think our focus would be.
Yeah.
Andrea?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just build on that. It's exactly right. And I think too, Jamie, our advice wouldn't really, if I think about our standards and in those types of resources that we have for dentists, it tends to focus, as you've seen, on sort of clinical issues, professionalism issues related to practice, but not about kind of business planning and financial planning associated with practice models. There could be space, I suppose, when we get to that stage of thinking about actions and concrete steps where perhaps the ODA may see a lane for themselves in that. But I think at this stage, we're sort of focusing on getting a picture of the landscape as Denny has set out. But that's how I think it probably would boil down. It probably wouldn't be something we'd provide specific advice on.
Thank you. Dan?
Yeah, and just to build on that, I think it kind of ties in our discussion from this morning on risk as well. And so if you think about the different models, you are taking some aspects of the practice further away from the patient. But from our perspective, we want to ensure that dentists are living up, as Denny and Andrea have said, to the expectations and obligations that they have as dentists. So it may be that there are some particular materials, whether through us or the ODA or anyone else, that point out the different risks that might exist. And notwithstanding those risks, we will still have expectations around things like continuity of care. So what are you preparing for, dentist, as you are embarking on this particular type of practice in the event some maybe unintended things happen down the road? So that's how we're trying to look at this in terms of, I think Denny said, being a better regulator. So there are different ways that we can do that, and really important to understand the different frameworks at some higher level that might exist out there that will have some differences and similarities.
Erin.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. This project is very interesting, and I'm really very excited to see where it goes over the next couple of years. This may be under number 4, but each of these models is a little bit different as to where it fits in the context of the patient care landscape. So one thing that I think should be incorporated going forward is looking at the different, I'll call it market segments or patient segments, or essentially groups of patients that may have different needs or may be living in different regions, and looking at how these models service them, or which models may have gaps in them when it comes to certain patients. And I think doing that and making that link will then help to lead to some really concrete pathways to increase access to care, or at least to describe what's going on and have a really clear picture of where this fits within access to care, if that makes any sense.
Thanks, Erin. Mark Trudell?
Thanks, Mano. My touch point on this subject is I think the timing is certainly fortuitous as the market evolves and the subject matter develops. I think it behooves us to ensure that there's a dotted line or a solid line between this group doing this research and the PLP committee that we spoke about this morning, because the business models, the structural models, the management of liability, I can imagine a space where should corporate dentistry, and in particular structures where dentists are employed on a salary basis as opposed to self-employment or sole proprietorship, where the interests of the corporation they work with, with respect to a claim made, may differ substantially at some point as that claim evolves, where their interests are not aligned with those of the dentist who is the employee of the corporation. All of which I think has to be bundled into, and factored into the PLP discussion, and to ensure that these models are reflected in that PLP decision-making, and to ensure that the best interests of the public are served as this evolves. So that's my chime in for now. Thank you, Manu.
Thank you. I've got Peter and Robin on my list, and I'm just going to remind Council of the time. We are running already short on this. So Peter, you're going to be first, but please make your comment or question as brief as you can.
Yeah, quick question, Denny. I'm just wondering, at any point in your study, do you expect to interview some public members who partake in maybe some of those different types of either corporate or standard practices, just to get their opinions, to see what they think of how things work as well?
Yeah, that's helpful. One thing I didn't mention, I believe one of the corporate dental clinics has already come to speak to the college. So we do have some information from one of the clinics, which is helpful. In January, we're hoping to launch a consultation. So that'll be survey-based. So I think that'll give us an initial sense, hopefully, if we can get some good responses in from those that are operating in this model. But I would say it's not out of the question at this point, kind of further conversations if we find we're not getting the information that we need from the survey.
Thank you. And Robin, your last one, please.
Hi, I think I'm kind of dancing around the issues that Mark and Peter have just mentioned, or my thoughts are the same. And again, I am thinking of the best interest of the public, but I do think it'll be interesting to watch over the next couple of years how your percentages of practices of those 7 varieties turn out with regards of the corporate practices, because I am getting together with a group of colleagues this weekend just discussing that it seems like the kids coming out from the dental schools right now aren't interested in private practice. They're associating, but never to buy in. And we're all of the age where we're looking to have associates come in and buy in, but that is not their interest. So I can see the corporate practice issue coming bigger in the future. And again, like as Mark said, it's an interesting timing with the PLP discussions and with this research as well. So I just find it overlapping. My quick question might be a college question and might not be fitting right now, but something to discuss in the future in interest of time is, are there business classes coming out of dentistry right now? When I came out again a couple decades ago, we had 0 business training. So the thought of these corporate clinics, we were encouraged not to go into them, and we wouldn't have understood them because we had no business trainings. I was wondering, is there more business classes right now that are drawing dentists into that category of owning multiple practices and then corporations taking them over? It's just something to look at in the future.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've exhausted that list, Denny, so I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. The last 2 questions focus on Appendix B, and I've put the list of kind of high-level model types here on the right to facilitate that part of the discussion. So the second question is, does the list of practice models in Appendix B capture the breadth from your perspective of possible model types in which Ontario dentists could be practicing? And the third question is, are the models and model subtypes that have been presented accurately and clearly differentiated from your perspective?
Okay, again, I will be keeping a speakers list. Just a brief reminder, we are interested in comments, but I'm going to ask you to be as brief and succinct as possible because we've already gone over the allotted time for this item on the agenda. Erin, I see you down, so you're going to be the first one to speak, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just have a few to add. Under 5, government nonprofit, I think the Indigenous Services Canada clinics could be delineated separately. These are government-run clinics, but they're community-based in remote areas. Privately run community dental clinics should be added to the list, such as the Wright Clinic in London, Community Dental in Waterloo. And also another type of clinic are mobile services, which entail traveling practitioners who have no brick and mortar facility, who reach often underserviced areas. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm not seeing any other hands. Anthony Mayer.
Thank you, Hannah. I was just curious where education fits. Does that go under 5? And should it maybe not be mentioned because it is a big, I would think there are a lot of dental educators. So I don't think they sort of think of themselves as being government. It's a comment.
Thank you, Anthony. And I see, okay, Denny, I also want to take the opportunity to thank you for that incredibly informative presentation. So we really appreciate the fact that you came and spoke to council. I know we will be seeing you again and look forward to hearing from you. So thank you very much for that. And we are going to move on to the next item of the agenda, which is item number 12 and is the budget. So next on the agenda is the operating and capital budget for 2024. Every year, staff develops a budget that includes both operating and capital components. This is an item for decision. The materials are on pages 298 to 316 of your meeting package. Mark Eckler, Chair of the Finance, Audit, and Risk Committee, will make some opening comments, and then Jeff will take council through these materials. So Mark, I'm going to turn it over to you, please, first.
Anna, thank you very much. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the FAR committee members, Neil Silver, who's not on the call, but Peter Galeen, Rod Stapleforth, Mark Trudell, and Harinder Sandhu for the commitment, their work, their review, and everything that has brought us to this point. And we are all, on behalf of the committee, we are grateful for the support and the expertise of Jeff, Kelly, and Shan, and that once again brings us to the point where we're at. The management has prepared a very responsible budget for 2024, and the committee was pleased to see that the budget includes an investment in strategic projects for the strategic plan, a multi-year forecast with estimated surpluses, and a strategy to deal with the underfunding of the operating reserve. The FAR committee undertook a detailed review of the 2024 budget, and we are recommending a surplus operating budget of just over $2 million and a capital budget of 1.6 to the council. Jeff Goldberg, our CFO, will present the budget highlights, as Hanno mentioned, that supports the material in the briefing note. And we can all take questions from there. Thank you.
Jeff, over to you.
Okay, thank you. We have a deck that Angelo's going to put on. So again, the material starts on page 298 of the council package, and there's a briefing note, and there's a number of attachments that support the briefing note. So in Appendix A, we have the operating budget detail, all the spreadsheets and all the numbers. In Appendix B, we have the CPMF evidence for the funding of strategic projects. Appendix C has the detail around the capital budget. D is the forecast for this year, 2023, and we have the multi-year forecast in Appendix E. So we'll touch on each of those in the slides as we go through. And if we can hold questions until the end of the presentation, we'll be happy to address any at that point. Next slide, please. So we're pleased to present an operating budget surplus of $2.1 million. Really, the 2023 fee increase has allowed us some financial flexibility. So we have ensured we have the funding to meet the college's regulatory mandate to fund PLP and to plan for our strategic and operational projects. We're also presenting a capital budget, which is for major projects in facilities and technology. And we are managing financial risks to plan for the future. We're going to touch on this shortly. And we'll talk about the impact of the budget and forecast on the operating reserve. Next slide, please. So each year we develop pre-budget some principles to guide the budget process. These were presented FAR before the budget process commenced and were communicated to budget holders. And the budget we're presenting today is consistent with these principles, except a little bit for number 4 is a bit of a question mark. So we're not sure exactly what the cost implications of the divestiture are, but we have added some dollars in the budget, some consulting dollars. So bit of a question mark, but we'll get to that as we move more towards getting more analysis on the PLP project. Next slide, please. So we'll start with some of the risks to the college and budget. So the college is impacted by several external pressures, as every company is, from the persistent geopolitical tensions where more than one armed conflict dominate the headlines, to global risks such as pandemic and climate change, to government-imposed modernization and cybercrime, and there's some other ones on there. Inflation has been a focus since it began to rise in 2021, and the college has increases across the board, as I think every person and every organization has. The Bank of Canada rate hikes are attempting to cool the economy, but it may take some more time to get back to a normal state, although in October, inflation cooled to 3.1%, which is much reduced from a year ago. Next slide, please. So investment income results can be a major determinant of where the college ends up, whether we're in surplus, whether we're in deficit. And you can see the volatility just in 2023, all the peaks and valleys. We expect continued volatility. And I mean, the forecast is still calling for a mild recession. And the Bank of Canada has recently cut its 2023 and 2024 growth forecast numbers from what they predicted earlier in the summer. So it is a bit of a risky revenue stream for us. Next slide, please. So we've taken 1 year off here, but we had 6 straight years of deficit results. The 2023 fee increases allowed the college to turn the corner, and we're forecasting some surpluses now from this year. And when we get to the multi-year forecast, you'll see surpluses throughout. And this was very deliberate planning. So we needed some money to fund the operating reserve, reduce the risk of PLP, and move away from continuing deficits, which was not sustainable in the long run. And we'll discuss the forecast later in the slides, but these are very positive indicators for the college. Next slide, please. So the college is in a healthy financial position, and we're planning for the future to maintain that fiscal health. So we are moving some risks off the balance sheet. So with the annuitization of the defined benefit pension plan in 2025, that will be off our statements. That will be written off. Divesting PLP, if we get to that point, will eliminate the 21 million liability and the underfunded PLP reserve from our books. So those are positive steps to de-risk that. We're also, managing risk wherever we can. We talked this morning about launching an enterprise risk management program. We are cognizant, and we know it's important to allocate resources where they're required and to staff appropriately, so we do not get into a repeat of the backlog that we've experienced in some departments in the past. And in terms of playing for disruption, that's difficult, but a surplus allows us to fund opportunities or issues that are not budgeted. And we are leveraging data to inform our decisions. And we have expertise on staff that helps us with that analysis. We're also planning for the future. So we're considering options for office space and real estate, as far as looking at that. And we are planning to fund the operating reserve with future surpluses. Next slide, please. So getting into the actual budget numbers, revenue is 41.2 million. That's up 4% from this year's budget. And the main determinant there is the fee increase. So the 2024 annual fee increase, which is based on CPI, was equated to $80. So that accounts for most of this. And on the pie chart on the right, you can see that membership fees account for far and away the majority of our funding. Now, for investment income, we have budgeted investment income higher than the 2023 budget, which may be a bit of a risk, but at a level we still feel is achievable. Moving on, next slide is expenses of 39.1 million. They are up 3%. And you can see from the little chart there, about half is spent on regulatory programs and communications, and roughly a quarter on each of PLP and infrastructure for the college. Salaries and benefits, of course, are the largest expense we have, and we'll look at that on our next slide. And technology continues to be an area where we need to invest, and we do invest on security and modernizing our systems. But we have seen increases over the past number of years in technology as well. Next slide, please. So turnover currently is reasonable for the college. Once it's well over 10%, it can start to be a bit concerning, as the cost of replacing staff can be expensive, can be up to 1.5 times salary. But some movement is healthy. You don't want a 0 or 2%, but you don't want a 20% either. Now, in the budget, we have included staff increases, and that's required to recruit and retain our skill set. We usually use CPI in the budget development for staff increases, and that's built in. And the budget includes some additional positions, primarily on the regulatory side. Next slide, please. This is more just for information. So that there's a requirement in the CPMF that states we must demonstrate how we are supporting our strategic projects. So in Appendix B or page 310, we have included the priorities and where we have budgeted investments to support each project. So this is really for information, just to demonstrate we're in compliance with this requirement. So we'd like to show some savings we achieve in the budget from year to year. So we've listed a few here. ICRC per diems are down as the backlog is more controlled now, and there'll be fewer panels in 2024. And that's from 2022, that's down 350, down by 350. So it's back, I think, at a more sustainable level now. We've made changes to our telecommunications, which has resulted in some savings. And we continue to, work to reduce costs, renegotiate contracts, implement more efficient business processes. And just the operations team is constantly looking at ways to reduce costs. And we've included a few examples of those at the bottom of the page. So the multi-year forecast is attached as Appendix E, and the assumptions are included on the page, but we'll go through some of the results here. We do expect to exceed our budget surplus this year of 1.6 million. We think we'll come in at 3.4 million, maybe even higher, but we should definitely have a good surplus at the end of 2023. And our subsequent years are also reflecting surplus results. So again, this was planned and intentional, and we need to fund the operating reserve and reduce our history of deficits. So you'll also see note about the pension write-off. So the pension adjustment of $2 million relates to writing off the pension once we enact the buyout annuity for our defined benefit pension plan. So that reduction will happen between 2023 and 2025. And the investments have already been transferred. So this is really relates to accounting entries and not dollars leaving the college. And last, importantly, no implications of PLP divestiture has been considered in the forecast. Although this will certainly have an impact, and we'll work on this in 2024 and do analysis once we have more and better information. So our operating reserve is, we are underfunded by $6 million for the operating reserve. So the target's 7.5. We have 1.5 million currently. And this, again, is a requirement by the CPMF that we have a well-funded operating reserve. So we've reported 2 years in a row on the CPMF that we will fund the reserve over the next 3 to 5 years. And if the government starts to publish benchmarking, they may question why we're still not compliant with this, particularly when other colleges are reporting compliance. And our external auditors in their year-end letter last year recommended that this be a focus. So clearly this is a financial priority for the college. And if we are successful in meeting our budget targets, we will be able to fund the operating reserve in the next 3 years. So if you look at the chart on the right, we currently have 1.5 million set aside. If we're come through with the 3.4 million estimate for this year's forecast, and then we have a 2.1 million budget for 2024 that we're presenting today. And then in 2025, the forecast is 2.4. So the combination of those with the write-off of the pension, the 2 million, we're at 7.4 million. That is the target. So we are, you know, I think that's a good news budget that we're really going to make progress on the operating reserve. The capital budget is 1.6 million, which is much reduced from this year's budget of 2.5 million. We invest in technology each year to improve efficiency and automate processes. And for 2024, that will include investing in the Bridge, which are our case management tool, PET, our practice enhancement tool, and ePortfolio. We also have an evergreen program where we replace a portion of obsolete equipment each year rather than having that hit all at once. On the facility side, we have some AOTA compliance initiatives that we have to deal with, and we are definitely, you know, considering and managing the investment in building until we have a go-forward strategy on real estate and office space. Slide, please. So this is the motion that we will get to shortly, that FAR has approved the budget and is recommending to council that they also approve. Next slide, please. And the next steps are to enhance our forecasting models and report to FAR and quarterly results and any risks that arise during the year. And so we have some big items to incorporate in this forecast, the pension, the PLP. There may be others. So it's important that we keep our analysis up to date and keep FAR well informed. And the last page, again, in general, this is a good news budget. And, you know, Mark, Kelly, and I would be happy to take any questions, and I will turn it back to Hannah.
Thank you for that, Jeff. Daniel Haas.
Great. Thank you so much for that presentation. Just a few very quick questions, if I may. One is on the operating reserve. And when I look at the CPMF website, they talk about the need for the colleges to have a robust reserve, but they don't get more specific than that. And you've just said that you used 3 months of expense to get to the 7.5 million. My question is, does this align with the other colleges? Do the other colleges use 3 months expenses as the the benchmark, or are we going to be off at that target? Or I'm just curious as to that.
Yeah, I think there's a mix. Some are very conservative and use 6 months. And, we could certainly move there. To me, that seems a little bit conservative. I think 3 months, we discussed when we put our reserve policy together, we discussed that with the FAR committee, and 3 months seemed to be like a good compromise. And it's in other organizations I've been in, we've used that as well. It's sort of a standard amount.
And that's quite reasonable. If I may, just another sort of related questions, if I may. On page 304 on the revenue budget, I just would like some clarification of there are 4 line items on the SNA, the sedation anesthesia process, and it may be a terminology issue, but I see line items for the minimal sedation authorizations. I don't see any for the other authorizations, oral moderate, parenteral sedation, deep sedation GA, etc., unless that's incorporated within individual authorizations, yet they're all individual. So I'm a little bit confused as to what each line item refers to. And related to that, I don't see the expense side of this. What is it costing to do the facility inspections, et cetera? So could someone clarify that for me if
sure
possible?
So I'm going to turn this to Kelly in a second, but we don't list every single revenue line. So some of those would be combined. Or else the pages would be extremely long. But Kelly will have much more information on that detail.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so to answer your question, for the individual authorizations, yes, they're all captured in one place. We do have separate product codes, we'll call them, in our system so that we could actually run queries if we wanted to know how many were visiting authorizations or individual authorizations. Minimal has been tracked separately because it's a pretty large bucket. So it just made sense when that program got added to track it separately. And it was also the request of the budget holder to be able to segregate minimal from the individual authorizations, which had been a longer standing program. In terms of your question regarding costs to administer the program, the Department of Facility Inspection Programs is basically your overall cost to run that. Obviously, there's components that wouldn't be factored in, like finance staff that might be supporting, or comms, or registration. So there's a lot of moving parts, but there are components within the facility inspection program that specifically speak to the inspectors that are utilized to generate the inspections, and then of course the staff that do all the administration work behind the scenes. Does that answer your question?
Well, I guess my question is there because looking at the fees for this, my perception is the fees are fine. There's no problem with that. But usually that perception would be validated by a document like this, that if there's a cost to running the program, and that if the cost is X, the fees coming in should be approximately X if it's a cost recovery type of approach for the sedation anesthesia. And I don't see what the expenses are for running the program, because you're right, there are many things to be factored in, but I'm just curious, what is the cost to administer and implement it? Because I presume that's how you come up with a fee for the authorization facility inspections. It's based on what is the cost to do it. And I just couldn't find that in the budget.
So I think in terms of the actual inspections, that would be something that is specifically, the dentists who run them are paid $100 an hour. So, there's that component of how many hours it might take, and some inspections take longer than others. But similar to any of our revenue line items, we don't do costing exactly equaled out to every revenue line item that we have. Right. So in terms of registration fees or application fees, a lot of those fees have actually stayed stable for the entire decade I've been here, including the fees for minimal authorizations and individual facility. All of those have not changed.
Yeah, sorry, I agree with you. Again, and my perception is the fees are fine, but usually you would justify that saying, well, this is what it costs to run the program. That's why the college is charging the fees. And to me, it just helps justify the fees if you can see, well, this is what it costs. Otherwise, how does the college come up with the number that it costs X dollars to get a facility inspection or to get authorization, et cetera? And I guess I just thought that would be in there to help determine what the fees would be. And that's why I couldn't find it in the budget.
I
Yeah,
think
we haven't provided that level of detail. I think every couple of years we do go back and try and justify the fees internally, but that's not something we share in the budget package.
Okay, thank you.
You're okay, Daniel?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anthony Mayer?
Hi, thank you, Hannah. This question is for Jeff. It's about the summary revenue over expenses, page 303. Looking at September 2023 actual, and it says the excess is $12 million, and it strikes me like it could be a typo because it's so different from all the other numbers on that line. Is that actually correct?
Yeah, because that's 3 years into, or 9 months into the program. So by the end of the year, there's a lot of expenses that have to be accounted for. So typically that will come down to like $2 or $3 million. If we have a surplus, it might be a little bit more, but it's not a typo, but our surplus is not going to be 12 million.
Okay, thank you.
just to add to that, just for one extra piece of clarification, it's also because the revenue for our membership, which is the largest piece of the puzzle, is recognized up front because it's non-refundable. So the expenses haven't caught up basically to the revenue that is for the entire year.
Thank you. Nancy.
Thanks, Hanno. Jeff, thanks for that great presentation. Not sure if you can answer this question at this point, but what real estate options are being considered for Sixth Crescent, and will that be a future source of revenue for the college?
Well, so FAR is looking at that, and there's lots of different options, right? We can renovate our existing area. We can rent some of the area, excess space. We can sell the building. We've talked to Colliers, and there's probably like 10 different ways we can slice this. So we are doing more information, getting more information with them. And I don't know if Mark wants to chime in at all.
Sure. Nancy, great question. And just to elaborate, we're definitely exploring different options. Studies are going on, and what is the way to potentially maximize what's in the best interest of the college. But little too premature at this moment, as we haven't collected enough information yet to present, and definitely way too premature to make any decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judy.
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, Jeff, if you could explain a little bit about the defined benefit pension plan and how you're going to be de-risking the balance sheet by eliminating that. Is everybody transferring over to a defined contribution plan? Is that the case?
That's right. The remaining members of the defined benefit plan would move to the defined contribution plan in 2025. Now we only have about 5 or 6 people in the plan, and in 2024, 3 of them are retiring. So it's really dealing with 3 people. But whether you have 1 person or you have 100 in a DB plan, your administrative costs are the same. So that is something we definitely want to move away from. And if interest rates or discount rates change dramatically, it can put the college at quite a bit of a risk in terms of extra payments to the government for the pension plan. So we're moving it off by 2025.
So if I could just ask, I mean, there's a huge benefit in receiving a defined benefit pension as opposed to a defined contribution pension. So is there any adjustment being made for the people who are losing their defined benefit status? I realize it's only a few people, but if I was one of them, I would be very upset unless I was being compensated.
Yeah, well, again, it's about 2 people, and they will move into the defined contribution plan where everyone else is. They will not lose any anything with respect to their DB dollars created so far. And the plan is very attractive, like it's an index, so it's very expensive for us. So the pension committee went through all of this information, and one or two people may be a little bit impacted, but really when we did the analysis, we had the actuaries create some sheets for those people, and we met with them individually. It's really a minor impact on those people.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering because, as I said, you know, I'm from the era where defined benefits was like the way to go. So if I was losing that status, yeah, no, absolutely. I've been an employer running a defined benefit, so I understand the cost. But anyway, thank you very much for the answer.
Sure.
Mark Eckler.
Yeah, just following up on Judy, as I serve on the pension committee as well, and not to rain on Jeff or Jamie's parade, but I think that the DB plans, the last enrollment was, and it doesn't minimize the people who are impacted, but it was over 15 years ago. I think it was 2007, correct? So not many people are affected, and as Jeff mentioned, it was a long time ago that we had them.
Thanks, Mark. And thank you, Jeff and Kelly. And Angelo, if I could ask that you please put motion number 5 on the screen again. And council, what we're being asked to do is a motion that council approve the 2024 operating and capital budgets as presented. I see it's moved by Aaron, seconded by Jamie. And again, please, using your virtual hand, all those in favor, please raise your virtual hand. And that is passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 13 on our agenda continues our progress in governance modernization, now being led by the Governance Committee. The materials for this item are on pages 317 to 349 of your meeting package, and this is an item for decision. Harinder, I'm going to turn it over to you and ask you to introduce Anne, please.
Thank you, Hanno. I would like to formally introduce Anne Corlin, who is our new Governance Committee Chair. Anne is a former Executive Director and CEO of the College of Nurses of Ontario, with over 20 years of experience serving on boards and committees. Most recently, she has been member and chair of our Eligibility Review Committee. Anne will walk council through the process. There are 4 motions related to this item, and we will vote on them separately. So, Anne, to you.
Thank you very much, Harinder, and good afternoon, members of council. I'm pleased to be with you today to present 2 recommendations from the Governance Committee. Next slide, please. Today, Council is asked to consider and approve proposed changes to the operational policy of the Governance Committee regarding committee appointments and proposed bylaw amendments regarding operational improvements to the elections process. I know you will have read the briefing notes, so I will briefly summarize the policy amendments and then turn it back to Hanno to present the recommendation and motion along with discussion. Once the vote has taken place, I'll move on to present the next item, briefly summarizing proposed bylaw amendments. And then again, Hanno will facilitate discussion and present the motions. In the interest of time, please defer your questions until we reach the individual motions. Next slide, please. The first item is the operational policy of the Governance Committee regarding committee appointments. The materials for this item are at pages 317 to 323 of your council package. Next slide, please. In September 2022, in advance of the last committee nomination cycle, Council approved substantive changes to the operational policy of the Nominations Committee, shifting the nominations approach to focus on committee competencies and needs, diversity and representation, practice areas, and experience. This past September, Council approved bylaw amendments that transferred the committee nominations function to the Governance Committee and established terms of reference that assign oversight of governance policy revision to the Governance Committee. In October, our committee considered and recommended that Council consider proposed amendments to the operational policy. These are mostly housekeeping amendments, and since substantive changes were made by Council recently, a detailed review was not undertaken. Next slide, please. This slide describes the rationale for changes to the operational policy. Nominations Committee references have been replaced with the Governance Committee. Changes to the appointment process support a robust committee candidate assessment and nominations process. And the current provision regarding who may chair a committee has been expanded to include subject matter experts. And for example, I was appointed as a subject matter expert to chair the Governance Committee. A section was added to the policy to clarify the process for filling vacancies between Council meetings in accordance with the bylaws. No other substantive changes are proposed. Next slide, please. Council is being asked to approve this policy today as 2 professional liability program committee members' terms will expire at the March Council meeting. Recruitment is underway. In February, the Governance Committee will review candidates and recommend 2 registrants for Council's appointment on March 28, 2024. I will now turn it back to Hanno, please, to facilitate discussion and present the motion to amend the policy.
Thank you, Anne. So are there any questions at this point in time for Anne? Seeing none, Angela, could we please have motion 6A put on the screen? And members of council, this item on the agenda will consist of 4 separate motions, and you're going to have to be patient with me because 2 of them are only a simple majority, 2 of them are going to be a 2/3 majority. So I will make sure you understand which is which. This one that is currently up for your consideration is that council approves proposed amendments to the operational policy of the Governance Committee, committee appointments as set out in Appendix A, pages 320 to 323. This is simply a simple majority that we're looking for. So that is moved by Judy, seconded by Anthony Mayer. All those in favor, please raise your hands and leave them up until we've done a full count, please. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So that's motion 6A, and I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Hanno. The next item pertains to bylaw amendments for operational improvements in the elections process. Materials for this item are at pages 324 to 349 of your meeting package. Next slide, please. In October and November 2023, the Governance Committee considered proposed bylaw amendments pertaining to operational improvements in the elections process in preparation for the next general election to Council, which will take place in December 2024. Next slide, please. Today, Council is being asked to consider and approve bylaw amendments regarding streamlining election processes, removing the requirement to provide election candidates with voter mailing lists and labels, and simplifying the electoral district assignment. In addition, Council is being asked to consider and approve in principle for external consultation a bylaw amendment to add the registrant's electoral district to the public register. The following slides highlight 4 key issues the Governance Committee considered in making its recommendations to Council. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the rationale for streamlining election processes. Bylaws were modified to be less prescriptive in terms of setting out dates with respect to minor steps in the election processes and to provide flexibility. This modification is in line with other colleges' bylaws as well as best practices. Next slide, please. The committee is recommending the removal of bylaw provisions that provide election candidates with voter mailing lists and labels. Producing and distributing hard copies of lists and labels to election candidates is resource intensive and raises the potential for privacy concerns. Mail campaigns are also financially and time prohibitive for some candidates. And shifting away from producing hard copies of mailing lists and labels supports the reduction of paper waste and our carbon footprint. It is recommended that the college explore other options for enabling candidates' election campaigning. Staff will work with the governance committee to identify equitable and efficient ways to support campaigning. Next slide, please. Bylaw provisions regarding electoral district assignment were simplified. Bylaws were revised to state that the registrant's electoral district means the electoral district in which a registrant can vote and stand for election. On the slide, you can see the rationale. The voting eligibility date was changed to align with the candidate eligibility date to remove the potential for disparities. Next slide, please. During the last cycle, registrants were unable to self-search their electoral district on either the public register or the member portal. It is recommended that the public register be revised to display each registrant's electoral district, improving transparency and use of staff time. Next slide, please. The amendment to Appendix 28.2.1 to the bylaws requires a 60-day external consultation prior to final council approval because it pertains to registrant information that will be displayed on the public register. If approved, the bylaw amendments will be implemented in preparation for the 2024 election cycle. Next slide, please. Subject to approval by council, the draft amendment to Appendix 28.2.1 to the bylaws will be circulated externally for 60-day consultation. The Governance Committee will consider consultation feedback and additional changes will be made if necessary. The Governance Committee will present the draft amendment to Council for final approval in March 2024, along with a proposed effective date to publish the additional information on the public register. The bylaw amendment would come into effect on that date. I will now turn it back to Hanno to present the motions to amend bylaws 1, 7, and 28 and to facilitate discussion.
Thank you very much, Anne. Any questions for Anne about what she just outlined for us? So seeing none, Angelo, could you please put motion 6B on the screen? And council members, this will require a 2/3 majority. So the motion you're being asked to consider is that council approves the proposed amendments to bylaw 1, article 1.1.1 to delete the definition of designated register address and to substitute with the definition of members' electoral address as set out in column 2 of the concordance document, Appendix A, pages 329 to 330. That is moved by Ellie, seconded by Mark Trudell. All those in favor, please raise your virtual hand. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And back over to you, Anne, for the next item.
Oh, no, I think there were two motions there. I'm just double checking.
So does 6C coincide with that?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Please.
my apologies and my apologies for that. So Angela, I'm going to ask you to put 6C up as well, which I guess is the companion piece to 6B. Again, this one will require a 2/3 majority. And 6C is that council approves the proposed amendments to bylaw 7 as set out in column 2 of the concordance document, Appendix A, pages 330 to 347. That is moved by Anthony Lisho, seconded by Mark Trudell. Again, all those in favor, please raise your virtual hand. And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you very much. And back over to you again, Anne.
And now I'm going to ask you to please do motion 6D. Thank you.
Thank you. So motion 6D, which only requires a simple majority. And I'm going to ask, thank you, Angelo. Is that council approves in principle proposed amendments to add a new paragraph to Appendix 28.2.1, additional register information to the bylaws as follows. 33, the members' electoral district, and that the proposed bylaw amendment be circulated externally to members and other stakeholders for at least 60 days. Again, this is just a simple majority required. Ram moved it. Anthony Lisho seconded. All those in favor, please raise your virtual hand. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
And that concludes my presentation on behalf of the Governance Committee. Thank you all.
And thank you very much for that, Anne. The next item on the agenda is the Emergency Class Certificate of Registration, and this is an update. As you are aware, the working group has made significant progress toward ensuring that the new class of certificate protects the public. Material on this matter can be found at pages 350 to 365 of your package. This item is for council's decision. I'm going to turn things over to Andrea to provide council with an update on the bylaw amendment consultation. Andrea, please.
Thank you, Hanno. I'll keep my remarks fairly brief. The briefing note that council's given you that Hanno's just given you the page reference for does two things. The update part of it really outlines for you some good work that our working group has accomplished together with staff support. I'm not planning to take you through that. I think that's set out in the note. You'll see that there are some documents we finalized. We have a few more implementation pieces that will take us into 2024, but we are making good progress, and we'll certainly update you on that implementation work going forward. The decision item for today pertains to bylaw amendments, and that content you're going to find starting on page 351. It's the first section under the heading Current Status. Just for reference, these are amendments we're bringing back to you. You saw these and approved these in principle at the September council meeting. I've got a little bit of content in here about what the fee bylaws pertain to. So just to review those, this is about crafting an annual fee that would apply to the emergency class registrants when that category is open. And then it also pertains to the waiver of a small administrative fee in a very specific instance. So if we imagine a state at which emergency class has been opened, we had registered individuals under that class, emergency class ends. If those emergency class registrants or former registrants wish to apply for another class of licensure, this bylaw amendment would waive the application fee for that second application of licensure. These are things that are enabled, that element, that waiver in particular, is enabled in our bylaws. So these, in our regulation, these bylaw amendments bring to life essentially some elements of the regulation that has now been finalized. You can see that following September Council, we did circulate the bylaw amendments for consultation. We didn't receive much in the way of response, which, given the subject matter, not entirely surprising. These are sort of technical issues. We did, I'll sort of outline for you, starting at the top of page 352. You've got a little bit of an overview of what we did here. We had 12 responses total. The bulk of those, 11 of those, really sort of raised questions about the regulation in general, the rationale for the regulation, why were we doing it. So in other words, nothing specific on the bylaw content. We did receive a response from the ODA on the bylaw content, and just for your reference, we wanted to provide you with the 3 key points the ODA had provided along with our analysis. And you can see there that this analysis has been prepared by myself, Hilary Bauer, and Alan Bromstein, who's been our legal counsel on this matter. Long and the short of it is, we don't see anything in the feedback received, including the feedback from ODA, that suggests changes to the bylaw are required. So they are coming back to you with our recommendation that you approve them in the form at which you saw them in September. So they're appended for you, appendices A and B. There's a redlined copy if you want to see the specific changes, and the clean copy. But again, we're not proposing any revisions based on the consultation. One point of information that I will just point out, because I do think it's something the ODA raised and it's a valid point. The connection here to the PLP discussion that you've had. So you can see that the fee, the annual fee we're proposing for the emergency class of license is specifically geared toward covering the costs of PLP coverage. Of course, there are still decisions you need to make as a council about PLP, and also the timeline for any work and divestiture. I know Dan obviously laid out a sketch of that timeline. Still need to sort of finalize that. So it's just to say, we wanted to put in a fee at this point that would be pertain to the annual fee for the emergency class. But if plans go ahead and we do divest PLP, we will come back to that bylaw piece for the annual fee and adjust it accordingly. It's just too premature at this stage to do so when you as a council are still making some decisions and considering that issue. So in a nutshell, what's before you today, and we've got a motion on this that will come up when we're ready, but what's before you today is, do you approve the bylaw amendments that are set out in Appendix A? If you do, we will go ahead and integrate those into our broader bylaws. With that, Hanno, I'm going to stop there. I'm available to help with questions, as is Alan Bromstein and Hilary Bauer. So we're happy to assist if council has any questions on their minds.
Thank you very much. And I'm scanning the screen. I'm seeing no hands up. So Angelo, I'm going to ask you please to put motion number 7 on the screen. And council, this motion as well will require a Okay, in my notes, it says a 2/3 majority, and on the motion, it says a simple majority. So I'm going to look to either Andrea or Alan to tell me whether I'm looking for a simple or a 2/3 majority.
Alan would be best placed, though. Yeah.
A 2/3 majority.
Thank you for that. Okay. So again, Deborah, is your hand up for a question? Okay. Not yet. Okay, thank you. So Angelo, again, motion number 7. And I would just ask that okay, and that's up there, that council approve changes to bylaw 18 fees as presented in Appendix A. That is moved by Deborah, seconded by Judy. All those in favor, please raise your virtual hands. And that's approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, Andrea. Thank you, council. We've reached the point of the agenda just prior to taking a quick break and going to in camera. At this point in time, I would like to remind council members that our next meeting, as has been already indicated, will be a hybrid meeting held on Thursday, the 28th of March, 2024. For those attending in person, it will again be at Vantage Venues, which is 150 King Street West in Toronto, but that location and information will come out with your package. The March meeting will be live streamed as usual. And thank you again, Council, for, I think, all your efforts and your commitment to today's meeting, to the conversation, to the questions, to the comments that you made. We have finished the formal public part of the agenda for today's meeting. In a moment, we'll be taking a short break, but when we return, Council will be moving directly into an in-camera session. After the in-camera session, we will resume the full meeting, but for the sole purpose of adjournment. And for the in-camera session, we will just have our council members along with the registrar and deputy registrar, as well as Council Alan Bromstein, and we will then terminate, and we will be terminating our live stream. But before we do that, I would also like to just extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to all staff for their incredible hard work at putting this together. Some of those names we see on the screen is if we scroll across, but many of those people whose names we do not see and whose faces we do not see. So to those people who are working feverishly behind the scenes and we don't even have an opportunity to see your name on a blank square, our sincere thanks and appreciation to you as well. So at this point in time, Angelo, I would ask if you would please put motion 8 on the screen. And motion 8 is that council exclude the public from the meeting to receive legal advice and or opinions from college's solicitors in accordance with clause 7(2)(e) of the Health Professions Procedural Code, which is Schedule 2 of the Regulated Health Professions Act 1991. It is moved by Mark Eckler, seconded by Anthony Leisho. All those in favor, please raise your virtual hand. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you for that. Council, we're going to take, I think, a 10-minute break. So we will reconvene here at 3:25. And at that point in time, we will be dealing with the in-camera agenda. Thank you. And see you at 3:25.